I've always been a unique person, you know what I mean? Sort of laid back in a way, but very adamant and very passionate about what I believe. I think a lot of times that sort of throws people off because they don't expect me to have the mindset or the process of thought that I do. And so when you come in to watch my channel, you may hear a myriad of thoughts and ideas that could be different from others. What I want you to do is just sit back, like, share, and subscribe. To receive instant notification each time I upload, please hit the subscribe button and the bell notification. Helping you along the way. Helping you to make it through another day. Yeah. Everything you need to know that you never knew, that you need to know. Look on perspective. Well, hello and good afternoon to everybody. It's good to see you again. So it looks like we're going to have a breakfast, lunch, and dinner? A breakfast, lunch, and dinner type of hangout? I think that's what it is. We've got my brother with me today, Ronnie Mann. Ronnie, I'm going to say hello to everybody in the chat before we get started, and I hope that's okay. It is so good to see all of you. Iron Crane, how are you doing? Sarah Brown, all members here at the Lockhart Perspective. It's so good to see you. And we had an early, somebody who started up pretty early with us today. Jen G, how you doing there? Nick Smith, how are you? It's good to see you. We've got, who else here? Oh, we got more Jen G. We got more Nick Smith. I love it. Oh, Robert, how are you? I am so glad to see you. And I'm glad that you caught us live again as well. It has been a while. I was just thinking about you. I really was. Whoop. Good afternoon, Felicia and chat. And so we can just say it's hump day. Mike. Yeah, we can just do that. Mike. All right. I know I'm sort of corny. Now, we have a request that we intercede for, I believe it is Sarah Brown's jailer there in her community. Let me double check that. Hi, everyone. Remember to hit the like button. Thank you so very much. Thank you. I love to see you guys. You know, you always hear me say that I love to see you guys greet one another with holy and just wonderful set apart greetings. Hey, Anarchy Television, how are you today? Good to see you. So Sarah Brown, this is what I saw before we started. And Ronnie, Sarah Brown says to keep her county jailer in our thoughts and prayers because he's come under attack because he refuses to force his employees to get the candy bar. So I think that that's a wise guy. I mean, I don't think anything wrong with that cat at all. Yeah, I really do. So we sure will do that. And I hope that everyone in the chat, supports her efforts as well to lift him up and keep him encouraged. Because anytime you see somebody doing something good, you want to support them the best way that you possibly can. And it's quite possibly that he is really standing on what he believes and pretty much making sure that he doesn't treat anybody bad. Because you know what? You do got to after this. I'm going to let that sit there right quick. You do got an after this. Yeah, you do. Anarchy Television and R. Jones, good afternoon from my brother Iron Crane, 2003, all the way out on the West Coast there. Okay, Sarah Brown, they want to know what his name is. First name will do. We don't want to have anybody doxing anyone by giving up that last name. And you don't need to say the city or the state that you're in, but you can definitely, if you don't mind, give us his first name. And I think that is sheer wisdom on Iron Crane's part to ask that. Very good. All righty. Okay, let's see. Amy. Hi, Amy Sweet. And Diane Brown, how are you today? It's so good to see you. Ronnie, how you doing? Hey, Ronnie. Ronnie, baby. Ronnie Boo Boo, are you with me? How are you? How are you? It looks like we've got two Ronnies over here. We've got this Ronnie and we've got this Ronnie. Which Ronnie is the Ronnie that we're going to be talking to? Okay, well, while he's having those technical difficulties and he's getting all that together, and my grandson is dropping the eggs in the refrigerator, we're just going to get right into it. As you can see, the topic for today is the Gentile nations. Gentile nations. And he's going to be teaching that for us today. And so I'm ecstatic because you guys know it's been a minute before since I've had my brother here, either he or Lee. And so it's just good. Anytime we're all able to sit together and to worship and to teach and to speak and to learn from one another. So it's a good thing. Did anybody see any of the stuff that went on today? I've seen some memes. I saw some memes on Twitter, and they were astounding. And they were about the cat that runs this place, the one that is the face for the running of the place that we're in right now. And yeah, one of the memes that I saw was quite hysterical and historical, and it was our very own illustrious nemesis in the flesh riding on the back of a bear. But I understood it used to be he was on the back of a horse. And so it was none other than Putin riding on the back of a bear. And they were comparing him as they were saying that our current seated president is no formidable foe for this guy. And I honestly have to tell you, I agree. Ronnie Mann, are you with me? Are you with me? How's all the new equipment? Are you with me?
I'm with you. I want to be with you. Hopefully, my technology skills up to par to continue to be with you. Am I with you? Am I with you?
You are with us five
Oh
by
my God.
five, as they say. So it's good to have you here. So what do you got for us today?
Hey, it's good to be here and to be able to share some information. I would like to be talking about the Gentile nations because I just want to be upfront and direct. We have been duped. We have been bamboozled. We live in upside down land. We live in a reverse what paradigm. We live in a mirror universe where everything that we think is is really, if not everything, basically almost everything that we think that is the opposite. And we have to absolutely break things down to the smallest denomination to get a firm understanding of what is what. And when we grasp that understanding, we have to be able to use that to be able to navigate forward to correctly navigate forward. And that's my intention here today. And I want to talk about these Gentile nations. Um, Sound good?
Sounds super duper to me. I was looking for anything that you may have sent to me, but it sounds like I'm going to follow you today. So let's roll with it. However long you want to take, I want to say hello to a couple of people who just came in, and that is none other than SCDHL 2.0. How are you? Again, hello to Diane. And we got you on the list there, Sarah Brown. So no worries about that. So what is a Gentile nation anyway, Ronnie?
Okay. Well, pull up Genesis 10 in the meantime, and then we'll discuss that. As far as the Gentiles go, like I said, we live in a flipped universe. We just don't realize it. We think that this is the norm because this is the paradigm that we're living in. But in actuality, everything has been flipped along the way throughout the course of history, and we were born into that flipped portion of history. And as far as Gentiles go, when we look at it in the English, the word comes from the Italian, which via the Latin gentile. um, and of course, the word Gentile in the English simply means nations. And when we're saying the word Gentile, we're actually um, it, it's a given that we're talking about other nations because the word Gentile um, actually is there because the other nation, which is what we call Israel, in the ancient tongue is Yasharal. So Yasharal is the nation. The Gentile nations is the other nations, every other nation. So the word Gentile is where the English gets the word gentle. And like when we say ladies and gentlemen, things like that, what we're saying is, gentlemen, Gentile men. So when you're talking about ladies and Gentile men, you're talking about, the other nations, and you're excluding Yasharal. However, it should be a known fact that you cannot and will not and forever will not exclude Yasharal. Yasharal is the foremost nation in prophecy, things of that nature. So we we have a connotation as far as what Gentiles are, or as far as what gentle is. Gentle is something that is nice and sweet and delicate, and comfortable, even plush, things like that. That's a connotation that pops up in our mind when we think gentle.
Well, I heard you
Um,
say gentile or something like that. It reminded me of that Christmas movie, Fragile, where they said it was fragile on the side of the box, and he kept saying fragile or whatever it was. Something said fragile, and he kept saying fragile. Hey, Steve, and hey, Sister Sonia. It's so good to see both of you in the house. So that's what I just had to get my cornballness in there. So there you go with that. Sorry, oops.
nah, but the thing is, you have to understand that we're living in a paradigm where the Gentiles are ruling the world. They're ruling the construct. So in actuality, the 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 prime viewpoint and the prime perspective is through the lens of Yasharal. But there's been a flip along the way. So now the prime lens is viewed through the Gentile lens, and that's literally the other nations. And we will get into that, into letting you know exactly who these people are. And I would like to put a footnote up front. This is going to shake paradigms. This is going to shift ideas that you once had, and you're going to fully understand exactly what we're dealing with today, in the here and in the now. Or
Okay.
maybe not fully understand, but we're going to begin to understand.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Okay, so when we hear, shake stuff up, what exactly are we talking about? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Is it gonna? Is
Well,
it gonna? Is it gonna? Is it gonna tamper with my traditional sacred cow?
it's absolutely going to tamper with the uh, traditional sacred cow, because this is the thing: when we unveil truth, people don't like to hear truth, and truth sounds like hate speech but it only sounds like hate speech if you hate truth. Otherwise, it sounds like something that you need to bend to and you need to conform to, because truth is the ultimate, what bar is the ultimate par. And we're trying to level ourselves off and get plumb and square with truth.
Yeah, but you know what? Sometimes it's sort of uncomfortable, and I don't know why that is. But it seems like whenever we get into the point where we're about to learn something new, especially for me, I like stuff to be sitting in like one specific box all the time, and then all of a sudden when somebody comes and moves something out of the way, it gets me a little nervous. I don't know why that is. But is it because I don't want to feel like I've been lied to or something? I don't know. And I'm with bated breath. I can't wait to hear what you're teaching and what you're
Okay.
sharing. And so I'm
Okay.
loving the way you're setting it up, but I could just feel it. I could just feel the tension in the chat and the tension in my boots.
Well, we're moving forward. We're moving forward, and yes, it is um tense or whatever, because we have been lied to. Let's just deal with that. Let's just wrap our heads around the fact that we're living in the lie. We're living in the lie, and what this is pulling back the veil. And um and I'm not saying that we don't know these things. I'm just saying that when we pull back the veil, we grasp a firmer understanding of these things. So let's hop right into it if you want.
Okay, I'm ready. And Just to coin what Iron Crane just said, I used cauliflower instead of broccoli in my dinner earlier. I don't know if I can handle more of a shakeup today. Yeah. Okay, yes, you got Genesis 10 right there on the screen, brother. Come on with it.
I'm sorry, but that's funny.
That's why I had to read it because it was sort of classic. It was sort of classic. That was a good one. I like it.
All right.
I like
Okay. So let's deal with the nations. And of course, I'm going to come from the biblical aspect because this is a historical account from the viewpoint that I subscribe to. So in Genesis 10, if you pull up Genesis 10, I'm I guess it's the King. Yeah, I'm reading from the King James. But nonetheless, whatever you're reading from, or if you're reading along, just hang tight. It says in Genesis 10, this is where we get the nations. This is where we get all of the nations.
it. Okay, this is where we get
Verse
all the nations.
verse 1. These are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were sons born after the flood. So check it out. The sons of Japheth. So now we're about to break down the sons. We got three sons. We're about to break them down. The sons of Japheth was Gomer, Magog, Madai, Yavan, Tubal, Meshach, Tyrus. The sons of Gomer was Ashkenaz, Rephath, Togarmah. The sons of Yavan was Elisha, Tarshish, Kittim, Dodanim. By these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands, every one after his tongue, after their family, in their nations. Okay, so we broke down the beginnings of the generations, the first handful, several generations of Japheth. Um, starting in verse 6. These are the sons of Ham. You got Cush, you got Mitzrayim, you got Phut, you got Canaan, and then from Cush you got Sheba, you got Havilah, you got Sabta, you got Ra'amah, you got Sabtaka, and the sons of Ra'amah were Sheba and Dadan. I'm sorry, Dadan. So Cush begat Nimrod. All right, so look, so Cush had is the son of Ham, was the first son of Ham. So in verse 8, Cush had Nimrod. Nimrod became the mighty one on the earth, and he was a mighty hunter before Yahweh. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod, the mighty hunter before Yahweh. In verse 10, it says, in the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Iraq, and Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. So when we look up the land of Shinar, that is the land of Sumer, which we call Mesopotamia in today's archaeological account or even historical account. That is the land of Sumer or Shumer. The biblical account calls it Shinar. And again, that is Mesopotamia. That's where we get that is the actual first civilization. But nonetheless, in verse 11, out of that land went forth Asher and builded Nineveh and the city of Rehoboth and Calah and Rezin between Nineveh and Calah. And the same is a great city. And Mitzrayim begat Ludim and Anamim and Lahabim and Naphtuhim and Pathrasim and Kashlahim, out of whom came the Philistine, and Kaphtarim. Okay, so Canaan in verse 15. So okay, so let's just talk about it real quick. These are the Hamites. These are all the Hamites. These are the generations of the Hamites. And it tells you who Cush begat. And we just did a whole spiel on who on who Cush begat up until verse 13 and verse 14. Now in 15, this is Canaan. These are the sons of Canaan. Canaan had Sidon and Heth and the Jebusite and the Amorite and the Girgashite and the Hivite and the Archite and the Sinite and the Arvadite and the Zemarite and the Hamathite. And afterward were the families of the Canaanites spread abroad. So they went out, they spread. So all of Canaan's people spread out. And the border of the Canaanites was from Sidon. And thou comest Gerar unto Gaza, as thou goest unto Sodom and Gomorrah and Admah and Zeboim, even unto Lasha. These are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations. All right, so we just broke down Japheth. Now we just broke down, or we gave an account of Japheth, and now we're giving an account. We just gave account of Ham.
Of Ham. Okay. Okay.
So now here's Shem. These are the Semites. Unto Shem, also the father of the children of Eber. Eber is where we get the word Hebrew. Abar. The language is Abarith. You can even say Abarit.
Okay.
But it's where you get the word Hebrew from. So Shem, also the father of all the children of Abar, or Eber, the brother of Japheth, the elder. Even to him were children born. The children of Shem are Elam and Asher, and Arphaxad, and Lud, and Aram. And the children of Aram were Utz, and Hul, and Gethar, and Mash. And Arphaxad, he had Salah, and Salah begat Eber. And unto Eber were born two sons. The sons, one of them was Peleg, and for in his days was the earth divided. And Phalag in the Hebrew means division. So his name is Peleg, Phalag. And his brother's name was Yoktan. And Yoktan begat Almadad and Shalaf and Hazar Mawath and Yara and Hadaram and Utsal and Diklah and Obal and Abamaal and Shaba and and Sheba.
Okay, made me think of that old song. Shaba. Okay, got you. They probably are not following us on this part of that song.
but pardon me. And Ophar and Havilah and Yabab, and these were the sons of Yoktan. And their dwelling is from Mesha unto Shafar, a mount of the east. So Shafar is a mount in the east. Verse 31, these are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, and the lands, after their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations in their nations. And by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. So you got three sons, breaking it down, got three sons. They had all these children that had all these children that had all these children that had all these children. And
sound like me with all these children.
So what we're doing is so the Hamites, it tells you that they spread out throughout the world. Japheth, it tells you that they were divided up into two eventually through the offspring of Eber, which was Peleg and Yoktan. Peleg basically is the one is that generation where things got divided up. And so this is the breakdown. So are you with me? I know that we just said a whole lot of tongue twisting words and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I think that even if I got lost, it's sort of easy because it's like right there in the Bible. So it wouldn't be difficult for me to find it because it's like literally right there. But so that I'm up with where you are. Primarily, these are All of the descendants. And so primarily all of these folks are those who pretty much replenished the earth, in other words.
Correct. So if you do the math, there's 70 of them. There's 70
Okay,
nations.
70. That's a good number. 70. Got it.
So when you do the math, there's 70 nations where everything derives from. Of course, everything derives from 3, which derives from 1 because Noah, and then the 3, which were his sons. But when you do when you add it all up, there's 70 nations, and theologians or even Bible dictionaries, study Bibles, they call it the Table of Nations. And the Table of Nations is the 70 nations that are that we just read about right here, and the divisions of which family they came from. So this is what I want to show you. Everything is right there in the text. You can't gloss over it. You can't take the words lightly. You have to look at what it's saying. When you look at the summary, the summation of all of the generations for the 3 sons, verse 5. You with me? Verse 5. It says, by these, so we're talking about Japheth. We're talking about Japheth's sons. Verse 5, it says, by these were the isles of the Gentiles, divided in their lands, every one after his tongue, after their families, in their nations. If you look at verse 20 is the summary of the Hamites and all of his generations. It says, these are the sons of Ham after their families, after their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations. If you look at verse 31, this is the summation of the Shemites. It says, these are the sons of Shem after their families, after their tongues, in their lands, after their nations. They basically, all 3 of those sentences, all 3 of those verses basically say the same thing. There's an addition in verse 5 for a reason. There's a qualifier in verse 5 for a reason, but that are not in verse 20 or in verse 31. By these, in verse 5, Genesis 10, verse 5, by these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands, every one after his tongue, after their families, in their nation. The scriptures are letting you know that the Gentiles come from Japheth. The Hamites and the Shemites, there is no qualifier calling them Gentiles. It just tells you that they're the sons of Ham after the families, after the tongues, and the countries, and in their nations. And then it tells you that these are the sons of Shem after their tongues and their lands and after their nations. However, in verse 5, talking about Japheth and his generations, it says, these are the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands, everyone after his tongue, after their families, and in their lands. Gentiles.
Okay, so right here where it says from, okay, so even though I'm in this one, that's King James that I have on the screen, from these, the coastland peoples of the Gentiles were separated into their lands, everyone according to his language, according to their families, into their nation. So those are like the isle nations, in other words.
The isle nations like
Greece and stuff?
Like Greece. Like even further north and further west, all of that, because when you see Japheth went northwest.
Okay.
So Wales, Greenland, Britain, all of that.
Oh, okay. I'm with you now. Okay, I got you. Okay.
Greece, as well.
We'll see you soon, War. I'm glad you were here. Love you. Mwah. I see the peace sign. Thank you for being here. Okay, go. I'm sorry.
Okay, so yeah. The Gentiles are of Japheth. The Gentiles are of Japheth. I want to clarify that. I want to state that and reiterate that the Gentiles are of Japheth. So,
Okay, the Gentiles are of Japheth. I got that now. I got you.
okay.
But
Do you
can I
see that?
read? Yeah, but can I reread them? Because now that you're saying that, and I've read this, and I think that's one thing for all of us is that a lot of us have read it. But to be quite candid with you, I don't ever remember when I was in actual church, any pastor actually breaking this part down. Even my own pastor, you know, let me digress because he did do a teaching several years ago, rest his soul. But I think maybe long ago he sort of went through this, but because his teaching was like 3 years long, maybe he was trekking through it. But I don't think a lot of people, and myself included, really don't understand the sons of Japheth were Gomer, Magog. But we do notice the name Magog because we know that Gog and Magog are end time terms. That end time Gog, I know that. I know Magog. Okay. So all of these, is it Madi or Madai? Yavan, Tubal. I know Tubal. I know that that's another term that I've heard when they are talking about end time eschatology. And so all of that. So then the sons of Gomer, then it breaks down the sons of Gomer were Ashkenaz and all of these. Okay, so I get that. I understand it. It's now Rhema. I got it. And I understand where these folks are from, which puts a lot of context into what we're dealing with right now today in that region, I would say.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. And so let me shake things up a bit. This isn't my focus, but I would definitely like, while we're right here, to highlight some things. In verse 2, it says the sons of Japheth are Gomer, Magog, like you just said, Madai, Madi, Yavan, Tubal, Meshach, and Tyrus. Verse 3, and the sons of Gomer, which is the first son of Japheth. So now we're talking about grandkids. So the grandkids, the sons of Gomer is Ashkenaz and Phath and Togarmah. So Ashkenaz
Is like the
comes from,
Ashkenaz,
it's not,
like that.
Ashkenaz is not like the Ashkenazi.
Okay.
Ashkenaz is the Ashkenazi.
Oh, so it's not like, but whoa, wait a minute now. If these are the Gentiles and Ashkenaz is not like the Ashkenazi, but it is the Ashkenazis, whoa, Millie.
Okay, so let me
I think you just shook something, and even Sandy just said, "Whoops."
so
Go
let me
ahead.
go ahead.
I'm
Let
gonna
me go
shut
ahead
up.
and say let me go ahead and say this again. Verse 5 tells you that from Japheth, the isles of the Gentiles divided into their lands, everyone after his tongue, after their families, and in their nations. These are the Gentiles. The grandson of the first Gentile is Ashkenaz. These
Wow.
people that call themselves Ashkenazi Jews are Gentiles.
Wow.
The scripture tells you that. I'm not saying it. Nobody's saying that, really. Well, there's a lot of people that are saying that. I take that back. But they're clearly not saying that, nor are they putting that out there like that's a biblical fact. They're saying that look. All I'm saying is right there. You can read it for yourself.
Wow.
The
And
descendants
I
of
can't get over
Ashkenaz.
Sandy Aaron. Whoops. She's right there with me.
The descendants of Ashkenaz are Gentiles. We've been lied to. We live in mirror land. We live in flip-flop universe, whatever you want to call it. It's the strong delusion. We need to unravel ourselves from the foolishness and wrap our heads around truth. You're not going to find truth except for listening to the set apart spirit. That's it. That's it. And if you're not in truth, the set apart, the spirit that you're listening to is not the set apart spirit. It's an imposter, and it sounds really convincing and very sweet and really cute, but you're being lied to. You're being lied to. The scriptures tell you plain as day what's going on. It's just that they've given us the lens in which to view it. We have to denounce that lens and look at it for ourselves plainly.
And it's
And
not
when you
like we're
do,
getting it from a Bible that this is in our regular. I mean, I've seen this. You know what I'm saying? It's not like somebody just whipped this out and said, here. I mean, and this was before the whole notion of they tampered and they did that. And all it's been tampered with all along. I think now after 13, 14, 15 or whatever, our eyes were able to see it. But the Ruach spoke to me a few years back and said, this isn't the first time that it's been tampered with. But even with that said, that has been there for ages. And I know all of us who've read through it know that's been there all along. So Sandy Aaron has on the screen 85 to 90% of Israel citizens are Ashkenazi. Wow. I'm going to sit in the cut with the class.
marinate on it. Marinate on it.
That's why I'm going to be quiet. And I'm sitting over here with Sarah, with Sandy, with Robert. I'm going to be over here. You go head on and have that, because I'm still sitting here with my head wrapping around the fact that this has always been there and it's in plain print. But like you said, it's the lens that they gave away, sold, all of that. It reminds me of that movie that I like with what's his name in, and when he puts on the glasses and he can see him, and then he takes the glasses off. Rowdy Piper. I forgot. They Live. This is what that reminds me of. Stick the glasses on, now I can see. Yikes.
So if you open up a map and you look at the Isle lands, those are Great Britain, and I said it earlier. But it's it's all the Isle countries on the East Atlantic side of the ocean, on the East Atlantic side of the ocean. The east side of the Atlantic Ocean. All of those Isle countries. All of those Isle countries. These are European countries. We live in a power structure that is empowered by, that is ran by the Europeans. We live in a European power structure.
Okay, so now this is automatically taking my brain to what I remember hearing several years ago, and that was that our actual map at one point, when you said upside down and topsy-turvy, all that other stuff, paraphrasing what you said earlier, but this is taking me back to the mind when I saw this old map, and it was literally the opposite. It literally had Europe up under everything else. But now when you look at the map, Europe is like up on the top. So they sort of like have sort of scattered and tried to own everything pretty much. I mean, okay.
Well, that's a given. The whole entire premise of the angle in which they conquer is colonialism. It's not just we're just going to conquer and allow you, we're just going to rule your land and still allow you to go about your business. That you have to conform and you have to be molded and enter into the. You have to have the same mindset as them, or you're an outcast. You're what is called the minority, even though you're not the minority, but they label you as the minority. So it is it's a mental. You're a minority in your brain, because if I say something 1,000,000 times and post it everywhere, then that's what it is. And if this generation doesn't believe it, sure enough, the next generation is going to believe it.
So it's like sticking enough stuff up on the wall long enough and a little bit of it's going to stick. Hey, Amy, you know what I mean?
And everybody that doesn't subscribe to this notion is going to die off anyway, but the next generation is going to grow up into this. They're going to be born into this and then grow up in it. And then, it's indoctrination. It's colonialism. So the European power structure, this is where people get the concept of white supremacy. This is where they get the notion of white supremacy. Like,
so basically when we say that, all right, so now let me put it in a different quote unquote perspective. Okay, so European supremacy, you could even flip it to that.
Right. This is one of the that's why I said this is where people get the notion of white
Uh-huh.
supremacy,
Okay, okay,
because
okay,
it's a European power structure.
okay, okay. I can see that now. Okay, okay.
So when people say, "Oh, white supremacy," it's yeah, I'm not going there as far as like any racial connotations or racial undertones or anything like that, or racist undertones. What I'm saying is this is the notion. This is where the notion comes from, which is unrefutable. This We live in a European power structure.
Okay, and I can accept. You know what I mean? I get that part. That I get. But then I can see, I can, it's almost like the brothers are trying to divide the other ones. If you look at the sons of Japheth, everything
Yeah,
that has been done with the places that you've mentioned have all been division. And it's like all of these people that are listed up here, the ones that I can recognize, it's all they are better than, or they are the only, or you know what I'm saying? And it's not necessarily saying. And so for me, it's like all of us are waking up at the same time, whether you be purple, green, yellow, or orange. It's
that's
the
right.
fact that
That's
we're
right.
realizing that this is where that mindset comes from. And it's we've all been bamboozled,
We have. We
basically.
have. And this is the
Basically.
thing. And this is the thing. When we're born into a certain thing, where 2 + 2 always equals 4, and then someone comes and says, "Well, that's a bad example because 2 + 2 equals 4." But I mean, you know,
Well, like I always say, 1 + 1 is 3, because you got a mom and a daddy and they together make 3. Because I always say 1 + 1 is 3. But and
where you think up is down
yeah,
your whole
yeah,
entire
yeah,
life,
yeah, yeah.
and then come to find out down is up, or vice versa, or something to that degree.
Or
It's
that
like,
map, the whole idea about the map that I said, because I saw
right.
this old map. There's two things. The first thing I saw was I saw the route that Amelia Earhart, the aviator,
Hmm.
yeah, Amelia Earhart. I saw the original maps that she used to use, and they were straight across. Her maps were straight across, and she only got lost that last time, they said, when they gave her a curved or a round type of map or some type of aviation tool to use. And so I always think of that when I'm thinking of when I hear people say the upside down world, or so it's like what they taught you to do will always get you lost. What she knew to do, she did not do, and that's how she got lost. Am I making sense?
Oh, you're making absolute sense. But it's all not but, and it's all a subversion. Everything we're we're duped, and we're not duped because we know these things. It's just that we're taught to view them in a particular light. And I'm not trying to give it a positive spin or a negative spin. I'm telling you what's in the script. Genesis 10, this is what's in the script. This is what's in scripture. This is what has been written forever and a day. And this is what is always going to be written, because he's the same yesterday, today, and forevermore. And his word does not change. It's never changing. And he's giving you the historical account, um, right here, right
Man,
here.
this is
So,
mind blowing. It's like a piece of sandwich. I just gotta sit it down and eat just the end of it, and then just wait a second, let that digest, and go to the rest. Steve Willis, hey, Steve Willis says hello to you, Ronnie. Yeah, okay. He said 100, Ronnie, is what he said to you. But so, okay, let me finish
yeah,
digesting this. Let's move. Come on.
okay, okay.
Wow.
Yeah, shout out to our executive producer, Steve Willis. The uh the notion is a sound notion. It is a truth. It's a true notion that we live in a European power structure. Look at the G7. I mean, like, uh,
Yeah, you
Japan.
can't get no more plain than that.
Yeah, Japan is in the G7, but that's because they were allies when the G7. Um, that's a whole different topic.
So that's like, we
But
need you. Come on, join us.
well, they were already allies, and they were being used for a certain agenda, and so yeah, come on to the table. But I mean, I'm probably gonna get in trouble for saying that. or
I'm
get
gonna
you in
get in
trouble.
trouble for saying that. Don't
Right.
say it again.
But I mean, but it's true. If you look at
No, you're right.
the original the global seven, and the original nations of that summit, it's a European structure, and of course, this European structure is what we live in today. There's no denying that, and it lets you know, and of course, again, that this is all prophecy in the biblical account being played out. Um, we live, so inadvertently, what I'm saying is we live in a Gentile establishment,
Okay,
and
I feel
and
you.
and it's obvious that we do, because
Yeah, it's undoubtable.
left is
Yeah,
right, up is down, and everything is
backwards.
as bad as good. Exactly. So this and you know trying to live righteous and justly is shunned and frowned upon, nowadays. So I mean, so of course this is completely a Gentile construct, and we can see why it's so prevalent and dominant. It's because the guys at the helm are Gentiles. So
And everything
establish
is
that.
to benefit them.
Okay, so that's established. Let's move on. So, okay, so I said that little blurb, or that long blurb, to say this, that we are at a point in time, right here, right now, where we are going back to the beginning. We are turning the corner. We're turning the bend. And we're going back to the see, even everything that they've taught us is, if it's not a lie, it's a twist, and it's a lie. It's a cute little white lie. That's wild too. If it's a white lie, it's okay. But okay, my bad. But
I mean, we all told white lies when we were little, at least once.
but it veers you off the path of truth.
Yes,
That
that's
one
true. That's
degree,
true.
that 1 degree is gonna make you miss the mark down that 1 degree, but 90 miles away, you're way off. You're
That is
way off
true.
target.
That is true. To coin an aviation term, and with our, executive producer, our big brother Steve being here, he can definitely agree with that, and I can too. I think anybody who's ever traveled or who's ever read a legend, a map, can agree to that. So you're right. One little
So
degree off, and you lost.
so we right, and then you just were speaking on Earhart, but yes, the
I pulled up Isaiah 19.
no, we're gonna hit Genesis 11. I didn't give you Genesis 11 because it was right next to Genesis 10.
Okay. I'm sorry.
But
Oops.
but no, that's okay, because we're gonna hang out at Genesis 10 for a second. But okay, so look, the lies is, I mean, it's a smorgasbord. It's just on top of another. It's lies on top of lies on top of lies. They tell you that time is linear, or they lead you to believe that time is linear. But we've come to an understanding that time is circular.
Mm.
And
And SCDHL 2.0 just says, in construction, a quarter inch can end up being 3 feet out of square. This is amazing. I'm so glad everybody is putting these points in there, because it does bring it becomes more Raymond, it becomes more real, more word at that point. Wow.
so when
Okay, so time is in a circle.
no, that's case in point with what SCDHL
SCDHL.
2.0 said. Yeah. So yeah, so we're at a point in time that we're coming back full circle. So when you come back full circle, you come back to the beginning. You think you're coming to the end, which you are, but the end is the beginning.
Which is like we say in music, return to coda. When we go to coda, we go back to the beginning of the sheet music.
Exactly. So coda is the end, but you have to find the symbol
To follow
that
back to the
to
beginning.
follow back to the exactly.
Correct.
So there's a sign. There's a sign that follows you back to the beginning. So that's pertinent. Um I'm saying that for a reason, because we are at that juncture right now in this time frame, and everybody can feel it. Everybody can feel it. You might describe it. You might have different viewpoints on it, but and describe it differently. But everybody, if you have a conversation, and everybody's like, "Yeah, these are some crazy times." This is, and some people call them the end times, and and things of that nature. We are going around the bend, back to square one.
Again,
Um,
like we had the study that I did a few months ago, we've been here before. We've been here before. Blessings to you, Iron Crane 2003. $10. I so appreciate you. Bedtime, but this is a great stream. I'll catch up on what I missed on the replay. Thanks, Felicia and Ronnie and chat. You all keep yourselves in the lane of the Most High. Jesus Christ, trust Him. We love you. Thank you so much, brother, for that. We appreciate you, and you rest well. Our brother works so hard. And I like it when we do streams at this hour, Ronnie, because he's generally able to join us, being that he lives so far, off on another coast altogether. And so right now it's for him bedtime. And so I appreciate you for stopping in. Thank you, brother. Go ahead, Ronnie. I'm sorry.
Yeah, shout out to Iron Crane 2003 as well. Yeah, catch the replay, because we're venturing off of this and going into a whole lot of other stuff that relates, and we get a broader understanding when it's all said and done. So in verse 6 to verse 20 of Genesis 10, we're talking about the Hamites, the Hamites, and these guys are not called Gentiles, and they're Cush, Mitzrayim, Phut, Canaan. Cush had Sheba and Havilah and Sabta and Ra'amah and Sabtakah, and the sons of Ra'amah was Shabah and Dadan. And Cush begat Nimrod. And Nimrod, of course, he's the one that established Babel, and in his kingdom was Arak and Akkad, the Akkadians, and Calneh and the Sumerians, who is what we call Mesopotamia.
And
So
Mesopotamia, didn't Mesopotamia just get hit just recently? Was it Mesopotamia? I don't remember. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
now the kingdom of
Mesopotamia
Mesopotamia.
is already destroyed. The one that just got, it was usually never involved in anything, and they just beat it up just recently. Okay, don't pay me no mind. Keep going.
Well, Shinar is Sumer, and that is the big region in which Babel, Iraq, Akkad, and Calneh were located, were established. That's where all their foundations were, in the land of Shinar, which is the land of Schumer, or the land of Sumer.
Okay, I keep thinking of Chuck Schumer whenever you say that, so I'm sorry. And Sandy Aaron, we love you too. Sandy Aaron works early in the morning too, so she's saying she bugging out. She about to go to bed too, and she takes care of family too. So have a good one, sweetie. We love you. We'll see you soon. Deplorical says if alpha and omega, the beginning and the end are the same thing, what lies between is a circle. So it's beginning end, right? Alpha omega is beginning end, beginning end. Absolutely. Absolutely. Iron Crane
That's
says
right.
good night. And Kate, go ahead, Ronnie.
All right, so look, so the Hamites, so we're coming back into the beginning. We're coming back into the beginning. How long is that process? We all shall find out. But it's obvious that we can feel it. It's in the air type thing. But these are the sons of Ham. Cush, Mitzrayim, Phut, Canaan. So we know, and then what does it tell you? It tells you that in verse 18, at the end of verse 18, it says, afterward were the family of the Canaanites spread abroad. So the Canaanites spread out. But let's look at the descendants of Ham. Back in verse 6, the descendants of Ham is Cush, Mitzrayim, Phut, and Canaan. Cush is Ethiopia. Mitzrayim is Egypt. Foot and Canaan. These are all what the American dialect, what the American terminology would call black people.
Okay. Okay, but isn't but Cush is where Eden was, right?
We'd have to go back to the beginning of Genesis to see that. Havilah is is a region that is a border of where Eden would have been.
Oh, but then again, all of the descendants of Adam and Eve are from that part of the world anyway. Please pay me no mind, but I'm trying to put it all together. Okay,
well,
I'm following you.
We'll put it together. We will put this together. We will put it all together. Kush. Okay, don't take my word for any of this. Use what I'm saying as a guideline to be able to gauge, to be able to find and uncover, through investigation, what truth really is. But Kush is Ethiopia, and everybody knows Ethiopia is black people.
Correct. So that's true.
Mitzrayim, the ancient Egyptians were black. You can tell by the sarcophagi. All of the sarcophaguses 3,500 years ago, 4,500 years ago, are painted, and they're dark-skinned people with high cheekbones, fat lips,
and wide noses. Yeah.
As time progresses, when you get into different eras, all the way up until when you get into even 500 AD, even the sarcophagus. If look up some images, of ancient sarcophaguses in Egypt, and then do a timeline. They get more light skin and more fair, and the noses thin out, and the
that would have to be because of the Europeans want to have everything. Because I mean, even wasn't the little guy Napoleon? He was from France, right? And he's the one who shot off all the noses off of the Sphinx and stuff. Okay, baby, he's the one who shot off all the noses.
Napoleon is modern day in comparison. I'm talking about what we refer to as BC, like throughout the ages, like different conquerors came in. Japheth came in and conquered everybody. Japheth ain't no joke. Japheth got it going on. This man is a warlike. Like he has it going on, and he knows how to conquer and establish and put a foothold that sticks. So as we progress through the timeline, these sarcophaguses they get lighter and fairer, and more like the bridge of the nose gets thinner, and things like that.
Okay. But you know what I want to do? I want to give it like 10 more minutes, and then we're going to break this up and go to a part 2, because I know a lot of people like to have them small and short, and I usually keep them at 1 hour. So what I want to do is I want to leave and come directly back. Sonia, our sister, Ronnie Mann says, there was dead silence after saying Egyptians were black. Missed a chunk of what you were saying right after she said.
Oh, that's not cool.
So if you could say that again, and that would be really good. Or we could go ahead and end this now, and then pick it right back up into part 2, so that we have this at least being 3 parts in the same series, if that makes sense. Just for the continuity of the way it's going to follow.
Let's do it.
All right, folks. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave. If you want to come back, we love you. If you can't, because you got to go back to work, you got to go to sleep or whatever, we understand. But we love each and every one of you. And remember what we always say here on this show, and that is that man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of the Most High Yah. You guys take care of yourselves and take care of one another. To receive instant notification each time I upload, please hit the subscribe button and the bell notification.
Helping you along the way. Helping you to make it through another day. Yeah, yeah. Everything you need to know that you never knew, that you need to know. Like our perspective.
In a way, but very adamant and very passionate about what I believe. I think a lot of times that sort of throws people off because they don't expect me to have the mindset or the process of thought that I do. And so when you come in to watch my channel, you may hear a myriad of thoughts and ideas that could be different from others. What I want you to do is just sit back, like, share, and subscribe. To receive instant notification each time I upload, please hit the subscribe button and the bell notification.
Helping you along the way. Helping you to make it through another day. Yeah, yeah. Everything you need to know that you never knew, that you need to know. Like our perspective.
Well, hello and welcome to part 2 of Gentile Nations. I want to welcome each and every one of you here, and thank you for those who were able to come back to catch part 2 of this really riveting teaching. And I am so glad that I am not the one teaching it today, because I would like to be fed, and we are going to have that done by none other than my brother, Ronnie Mann. We are very happy to have you, and thank you, Ronnie, for being here. We're just excited to have you, and we're excited to see exactly what else the Father has given you to share with us. Now, I do have already put up, because we already know that we just learned some heavy stuff about Genesis 10, and verse 3 really threw me for a loop. So how are you today?
I'm well, thank you, and welcome back. Definitely, we just came off of getting a basic, broad stroked understanding of who Japheth is, and who his generations comprise of throughout history. Now we're talking about the Hamites.
Exactly. And right here on the screen, Sarah Brown, who joined us in the first hour of this 3-part, which looks like it just might be 3-part, but who joined us in the first hour of this 3-part series, says in November 2020, at least 300 were killed defending the church in Ethiopia, where they believe that the Ark of the Covenant is kept. You know, there's more to that story. We'll never know. Sad. Thank you for adding that to the mix, because that's so true. I do remember that. Ronnie, as we look at these different things, I heard you say in the first part of the series that, you know, everything is upside down world. You know, what's good is bad, what's bad is good, what's left is right, what's up is down. And when you broke down this very first part of this a little bit ago, it really did blow a lot of our minds, because, you know, it's always been there. We've always seen it. but we've never really focused on it. And I think you described it being really well as a different color lens, or a lens that was given to us to see this in. And I just want to thank you for that. So I'm going to go ahead and mute my mic again and sit here and learn, because it is mind blowing, and it is sort of hard to get your mind wrapped around the fact that, hey, this is what I was taught all this time. And the Bible tells me that what I've been taught is wrong. Thank you for this lesson and this teaching today. I appreciate you, and I give all glory to the Most High Yah.
Right. So, as far as the people that we lost through the transition of part 1 to part 2, I really hope that it's my heart's desire that we all buckle in, because this is, interesting territory. It takes us, it throws us for a loop. It'll throw us out of our seat. It'll throw us out of our comfort zone. And if we have been comforted in this particular paradigm that has been established, and if we have grown roots in it, then we're in for a rude awakening, because all of this is going to be shaken and stirred, and is going to be, when it's all said and done, burnt in the fire. So we have to let go of our the certain notions that we've grown fond of along the way, and we need to reestablish ourselves and root ourselves in truth. And some truth for some people is going to be very, very, very bitter. However, there's a lot of things that are bitter that are good for us. And
I was just thinking about some bitter things that are good for the liver, and bitter things that are good for our skin. And so, some of the bitter stuff is good for us. And then, you know what, when I think about all this stuff, I think that it is a little uncomfortable, especially, I'll just use myself as an example. None of what's being taught right now is uncomfortable. It's just more so mind blowing for me. Sorry about that. That's that kid that's been riding around on that thing since summer started outside. So, it's for me, I think what is mind blowing is the fact that, now is the appointed time for a lot of this information to come out. Not saying that others did not already know this, because I'm sure there are. I can think of a couple of people who teach right now. And as I've listened to them, I know that they are very learned. And I'll, and some of these things, are there. But I think it's what we choose to believe is what we do not want to let go. What we want to believe is what we hold on to. And for myself, I'll use me as an example. I know that a lot of things that Mom and them taught, or that my aunties taught, we say auntie in the South, or something like that. We always want to hold on to what we know. It's sort of the familiar. And it's like getting to know something that's not familiar but true. We would rather just not know it. I have a friend who I used to try to minister to all the time, and she would tell me, I don't want to know that. I don't want to know that, because I know if I know it, then I'm going to have to do it. And in disbelief, I would stand there and look like, are you kidding me right now? You would rather me as your friend not tell you truth because you don't want to be accountable for it. Well, I can't blame her. I mean, if that's how she's going to be, then I would rather her be that way. But to know the truth is coming, and to not want to know it simply because you don't want to do the work, you don't want to put in the work, is a totally different thing. And I think that's where a lot of us are going to start to fall off a little more, because the tree's not done shaking. You know what I mean? It's like the field is not done being divided from the wheat, the tare, the barley. The field's not done. There's more that's still going to fall off. And it's my goal that no one that we reach out to, I know we can't bring everybody into truth, but, it's my goal to know that we did our part, and that, as many could find the truth, that when they came here, they got the truth, that they didn't get something that made them just feel good. Again, with the bitter word or the bitter truth. And that's funny that those phrases are around, the bitter end, the bitter truth. Well, they know bitter is good, because bitter is good. When you consider what bitter herbs do for the body, even when we did Passover, what were we eating?
bitter herbs.
We ate bitter herbs during Passover. So the bitter truth. So there are some things that are bitter that are good for us, but that our body needs, that our soul needs, that gives us nourishment, that replenishes us in so many ways. And so I thank you so much for spending your time with this, sharing and teaching us, You know, and for those who could not come back, I know how it is when you're working, you got the kids, you got the grandkids, you got stuff happening and you couldn't. But I do hope that everybody that comes and is able to watch it, either picking up now or coming back in on the second half, or who's going to be watching in the replay, that they get it. You know, that's all my prayer for anybody is, or my concern, or my hope is, because I already told you guys that Ronnie's going to teach us what the term prayer means. So it is my goal that everybody gets it. That's all I want, is if you stop here, if you come by here, you leave with truth, to the best of my ability and to the best of our ability. So go ahead, Ronnie. Thank you so much. We do have Genesis 10 on the screen right now.
Okay, great. Just a prelude, really quickly. You can't pour new wine into old wineskins. So we're gonna have to dump out all the stuff. We're gonna have to renew ourselves, make ourselves anew, so we can grab hold of the future. You know, because the future is the kingdom.
Yes,
The
it
future
is.
is extremely bluntly the kingdom. The kingdom. The kingdom that we all pray for and pray about and you know look forward to. That is future. So when we see all of these nations around us, all of these countries around us, and all of the things that they've built and established, when we see the facade breaking down and crumbling, and when we hear it creaking, and you know, and let it fall, and we have to, like I said, we have to unwrap our minds from it, and we have to let go, because it is all going to fall. It's going to crash and burn, and if you are still holding on to it, you're going to be the one that crashes and burns with it. But this truth sets us free, and it's that song, you know, it's what propels us into the future. So and the future is not what they have painted. The future
obviously
is what the scripture has stated many times, repetitively. So yeah, as far as the Hamites go, we've established round and about, generally, very broad paintbrush stroke, who Japheth is. Now let's talk about the Hamites in verse 6 of Genesis 10. Are we ready? Are we ready to go? I think we're ready to go. There was a nice little pause.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was talking.
Oh.
So where your wife shared with us earlier that it was blocked off a little bit, you're going to repeat that, right? So Genesis 6, you're going to start there and you're going to tell us what you said at the last time.
Okay, so as far as the sons of Ham, let's establish verse 5 first. The isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands, every one after his tongue, after their families, and in their nations. Bluntly, you can go back to part 1 to get a better understanding of what's being said right now. Bluntly, Japheth and all of his descendants is where the Gentiles come from. Get some phenomenal understanding in part 1. But those are the Gentile nations, those who are of Japheth. Those are the Gentile nations. These guys right here in verse 6, these are the sons of Ham. These men are the sons of Ham: Cush, Mitzrayim, Phut, and Canaan. So and then of course you have the grandkids, the great grandkids, the great greats, the great great greats, so on and so forth. Cush is Ethiopian.
Correct.
Mizraim is Egyptian. And we were talking about the sarcophaguses. If you go and look at some imagery of the paintings of the images of the people that were embalmed and placed into the sarcophagi of the ancient world.
I'm gonna look it up. Okay.
Yeah. Let's do that. I don't know. Type in 4,500-year-old Egyptian mummy or something like that. Or no,
Okay.
specifically sarcophagus. Type in sarcophagus.
Okay. All righty. I need the oldies, the oldie but goodies. But look at these. All of these have their noses knocked off, though.
No. We're gonna look at the paintings that are on the sarcophagus, not the sarcophagus themselves, not the stone carving of the sarcophagus, but
Yeah,
the
because I'm
painting.
right now looking before I pull it up to you guys. It literally says 4,500-year-old, but all the noses and everything are not, every single one of them, their noses are off. Wow.
That's interesting in and of itself. We know what that's about, but nonetheless,
I see frescoes. I'm looking now.
yeah, 3,500, even 3,500-year-old. 3,500. That's 4,000 years. That's 4 to 5,000 years ago.
You know what? Just for context, I want to show everybody what I'm talking about, so you know I'm not tripping. So hold on just a second, because I want to show you this. And I should not have renewed with this company that I'm using, because you cannot have more than one thing showing you. You share the screen and then you lose it. But let me show you what I was talking about up here, Ronnie Mann. There's one with a nose on it. Okay, stunning ancient Egyptian sarcophagi found 4,500 years. See, that nose was knocked off. Do you see that nose was knocked off where she is right here? That nose is knocked off. That one's
Yeah,
pretty
we're
good.
looking at the mummies. We're looking at the mummies. Like, if you can look at the paintings that's on the actual sarcophagus.
Oh, the
Like
paintings on
the
them.
outer.
Okay,
Yes,
sorry.
the paintings on them. No, because the stone has either been chipped or eroded away or manipulated or even chiseled off. But
Michael Jackson.
but oh, that's what you said.
Yeah, the Michael Jackson of it all.
That's what you did.
Okay,
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
3,000 years. There you go. Can you see that?
I do. What I'm getting at is that the older you go back, the darker they get.
Here's one.
They've been lightened up along the way.
Okay, so here's one.
If you go to the Ptolemaic period,
okay,
they're
Ptolemaic period.
they're fair skinned. They're fair skinned people. That's because the Greeks, the Persians, they came in and they conquered the place. They conquered Egypt. Many people has conquered Egypt along the way, and it has gotten lighter and lighter and lighter.
Mm-hmm.
But the further back you go, it tells you right here. Okay. Let's say it like this. Scholarly, academically, everybody understands. When I say everybody, I'm talking about in the realm of scholarship and in the realm of academia. Everybody understands, or most, the majority, will let you know that Japheth is, as far as English terminology, as far as Americanized English terminology goes, Japheth is the white people, Hamites are the black people, and the Shemites are the brown people.
Okay.
Very loosely saying.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that. So Japheth is, the white people.
Okay.
Hamites would be the black people.
Okay.
And Shemites would be the red people or the brown people, whatever, however you want to term that.
All right, I'll go for it.
Yeah. So
Can
as
you
far
see
as the
this what's on the
Hamites,
screen right now?
I see something, but I'm looking at a very small screen, so that's even
Teenier.
smaller, than it could be.
Okay, there you go.
What does it say?
Wow, they are brown. They're actually darker than me. And this is from the National Geographic. Wow. Okay, so this is actually King Tutankhamun's burial chamber. It says King Tutankhamun was laid to rest here in this well-decorated burial chamber. The paintings on the walls depict scenes of his afterlife, while his mummified body was kept safe in a gold coffin nestled inside of a stone sarcophagus. And that's this right here. Can you see it? Can you see it? And yes, golden seal is really nasty, Sarah. Thanks for reminding me. Okay, so there we go.
All right. But yeah, on as far as your research goes, go ahead and look up the imagery. Like you'll see the further these quote unquote mummies or what have you, these embalmed peoples that are inside of these sarcophagi. When you look at them, they get darker and darker as you go back in time. And it's because the civilizations that established these concepts and these traditions were what we term as Black people.
Okay, I'm with you.
The great civilizations of old, the ancient great civilizations were Black. Let's read verse 6. It says the Hamites were Cush, Mizraim, Phut, Canaan. The sons of Cush were, all these sons. And then the verse 8 says Cush, which is the firstborn of Ham, begat Nimrod, and he began to be a mighty one on the earth. And he was a mighty hunter before Yah. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod, the mighty hunter before Yah. Verse 10, and the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Arak, and Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. So these are great civilizations of old.
That's right.
Verse 11, out of that land went forth Asher, and built Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth and Calah, and Rezin, between Nineveh and Calah, the same is a great city. So we got some great cities of the ancient world, and they came from Black people.
Okay.
Babel was a Black civilization. All of these civilizations that are profound and astonishing, and the firsts, firsts is as far as civilizations are concerned.
Okay.
These are established by the Hamites, which were Black people.
Okay.
So I'm making that I'm like it's obvious. It's right here, plain as day.
But my
Nimrod
mind automatically, I don't mean to cut you off, I'm sorry. My mind automatically goes to that curses Ham or all of that. And you know how a lot of people try to say, they say that, the curse was on the Black, or wasn't the curse leprosy, which is frothy white? I know I'm not going to go there. I just thought I'd ask a question, because I know when you're saying, Ham, the Hamites were dark skinned, they were Black. The next picture that I have, when it's time to show it, I do see some of the there are several sarcophagi, and they are dark, little round faces, but they don't have the features are not the same as what I was expecting to see. But I'm gonna back out of the room now. Thank you.
Okay. Well, what do you mean as far as what you were expecting to see, or are you gonna back out?
Well, no, because okay, so now when I look over here and I see some of the features that I see, for example, I'm going to show you this one. I'm going to come out of here right quick, and then I'll come back to this because you can only show one at a time. Let me show you what I mean. So here, when I look at this, the features are different features, but I do know that, features change based on lots of different things. There's lots of reasons why features change.
Right.
And so I'm not sure if you can see this, but look at his little eyes. And, his features are different than what I would expect with that color skin. In other words, can you see?
Well, what time frame is it?
This one is, let me view the page and it may tell me. All right. So this is the ancient resource, and it doesn't show, but a lot of these almost look sort of unique. I'm going to be honest with you. When I was a younger girl, I wish that I had taken more time to look at stuff because a lot of this stuff looks so different. Now the this right here, for example, how is this Cleopatra as Isis? When was this done? Oh, this is a coin. And I'm sorry, that's just so Grecian.
Well, I mean, we have to look at the progression, the historical progression, and by the time Cleopatra came about, you know, the Ptolemies were already fully in charge and have already established themselves in Egypt. So Egypt was definitely lighter in complexion and you know, fairer, quote unquote, fairer in feature by that time. Cleopatra was a Macedonian.
Mm-hmm.
So if she's, you know, light skinned or, you know, Mediterranean looking, you know, so be it. I mean, it's neither here nor there.
Right. So here is one that they actually painted, and then they put this painting, and it looks like it's on cloth on the outside, and the date says that it is the 26th 26 DY dye bead mummy is what that is. So that's a beaded mummy. But I do see the nose, and I do see the wide set eyes, and I do see I do see all of that. So, but
Well,
I think your point to
looking at that time frame.
Mhm,
Oh, I'm
go
sorry.
ahead. No, go
No.
ahead.
Well, I was saying if what you're looking at is within that time frame, then yeah, they definitely have you know, there's been a transformation as far as I hate these terms, as quote unquote color, you know, as far as the color of the skin goes by that time. The
Right.
Ptolemaic period was clearly Grecian, you know,
And
so
that's what I was looking at. I'm like, wait a minute, that looks just like a Grecian. But then, you know, I was talking to somebody yesterday, and we were talking. I think it was Rachel Benzil, but we were talking, and we were throwing the my favorite family. We were throwing the Flavians and then all of those in there. And so, yeah. But I mean, anytime you've got a group of people who have been, you know, bred with others, it does sort of muddy the waters. Pardon the pun, but it does. I mean, it just does. It is what it is. It's just what it is. And so you do end up having that lighter, or darker, which is, you know, but for me, you know, Shay and I were talking, and I'm like, I just believe that, well, it's too late now, but I would have liked to have seen, and I'm sure that, you know, y'all would have too, that, you know, everybody just stay together. I mean, I get it. You know, even my great grandfather, you know, was from Ireland, and my, his wife, my great grandmother, was you know, it's Choctaw, very dark blue, dark skinned woman from Mississippi. So yeah, I would have loved to have kept, you know, everything intact, but I think I understand now why even the word tells us that it is an importance. And I see now that you broke the genealogy down, it just brings it all to my mind. You know, all together. It doesn't mean that I'm a racist person or that I'm anything else other than a human, because now I understand the purpose of him making sure that everything stayed together, because now we see, even in today's time frame, what is being done to sort of blend everything. You know what I mean? It's like they started with a little bit of something, and then it got our minds a little bit more okay. So now what we were talking about yesterday was everything as far as even to Chimera. But Chimera, to Rachel's point from yesterday's conversation, is nothing new. It's been going on forever. But I think that they sort of desensitize us to think that mixing and breeding and all this other stuff, you know, is okay. When in essence, we do see that because of some of the latter day, or right now, this type of confusion, it does cause, there is a reason why he says to keep things a certain way. So having said that, I think that the most closely related thing to keep us intact is the word, is the book, for example, of Genesis 10, because you begin to see who everybody is from a pure or from a full standpoint. And you know what's so amazing, that even the topic that I'm talking about now, society has us so uncomfortable that as soon as we say the term pure, or as soon as we say the term that you said in the first session, when you were talking about the supremacy or the, that type of mindset, it is not, first off, these are the only words we've got. That's the first piece. Okay. And then the second piece is we already know that if we go back to the book of Enoch, that we know that every word we use considered, especially as they get changed and augmented, are all spells. Okay. So yeah, it's no wonder that some of these things were made up and have been given to us to utilize in our everyday verbiage, or as everyday verbiage that would be sort of sensitive. So when I say words like that, I don't mean to offend anyone. And I have to put that disclaimer out there because now society has all of us in a place of being sensitive so that they can slide chimera right up under our nose, so that they can slide trans whatever right up under our nose, because we don't want to offend anybody. But see, even in the book of Genesis 10, there is some truth that stared us right in our face, and there ain't nothing we can do about it because we didn't write it. We're not here to change it. We just here to say it. And I think that's the part that is hard for us to let go, that what we have been taught has been a lie, and what we have been taught has been made to be what we feel in our gut. We don't even address it because we don't want to be racist or we don't want to be prejudiced. But that ain't what it is. We have to get past that and get down to this truth. Because like you said earlier, the bitter part of it is the part that's good for you. And once you can shed all that other stuff and understand that it's okay to be of Ham, it's okay to be of Japheth, it's okay to be of Shem, it's okay to be of all these different cats. You need to know who you are. You need to know what the placement is of everything. So I'm gonna get off my soapbox and let you have it back. But I just had to say that because I know it does cause a lot of uncomfortable points where we just don't want to say a lot of stuff, but it's something we all think in the back of our mind. The stuff that we don't talk about, especially if we're not hateful people, when we're saying, but wait a minute, why was this like this? And who is this? And why did they say that? There is a purpose for them giving us these lies and telling us that the things that we know from the word are true is wrong. They made it up specifically to keep us off our game. Because if you look at Genesis 10 and you see who Ashkenaz ain't, tell me if somebody wasn't in that, mixing that pot up to try to make you feel like you would be wrong if you did not, see for what it was. I'm gonna leave that there.
I'm here to stir the pot, and it's because I'm a lover of truth. And if you're in a strong delusion, truth will sound extremely offensive. You have to you got to come to terms. You got to come to grips. And to your point, this is let's find out who we are. Let's know that we know that we know who we are. We're all divided up into some type of family, language, nation, culture, tongue, tribe, so on and so forth. Right. And these nations, the quote unquote 70 table, the table of nations, the 70 nations, it breaks down who we are, to back to the smallest denominator. So what you were talking about as far as when you think about Hamites and then you think about black people, you think about the curse or what have you. That's just for one group of people. Like
what we were told was the curse.
Was of Ham, but in actuality, the curse is for the Canaanites. But look at all these other people, though. Look at verse 6. The sons of Ham is Cush, Mizraim, Phut, and Canaan. So, I mean, you have 3 other sons that aren't cursed. It's just one son that's cursed. Not to minimize that one cursing of that one son, because it's a huge, great deal. But what I'm saying is there's 4 sons here, and 3 of them, 3 is greater than 4. So the generations of 3 is greater than 1. So the generations of 3 versus the generation of 1 is going to, be insurmountable. It's going to be a larger number. And all these people are black. Not every black person is cursed. There is a cursed, Canaan is of Ham. And if we look at it, through a scholarly lens or through the, through an exegetical lens, then we see that Ham is the quote unquote darker skinned people, what we would colloquially call black. They black
Right.
people.
Right. And then, I think I was talking to either you or somebody else. I was speaking, either you or it was Rachel, but we were talking and I was like, you know, when you consider the different shades, I'm more copper color, and it's obviously because of, mixing and all that other stuff, but it's also based on who I am, and then I do have friends who are from Africa and their skin is dark. I mean, beautiful, dark, dark. I have a friend who's from Sierra Leone. She's so beautiful, but our features are totally different. Our features don't look anything like one another.
Well,
Skin tone is nothing like one another. Go ahead.
well, look at the end of verse 9. It says, "And the border of the Canaanites was from Sidon." I'm sorry, verse 9, verse 19. I'm sorry, the ending of verse 18. It says, "And afterward, with the family of the Canaanites spread abroad." So the Canaanites went everywhere. They went everywhere. So you talking
Okay.
about Sierra Leone, or you talking about
Mm-hmm.
wherever? Like they went different places. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but go back a chapter to chapter 9 at the
Chapter 9.
very end.
Okay. I'm going to
Yeah,
be
at
off
the
the mic because
very
I'm going
end.
to switch over.
Okay. And at the very end of chapter 9, uh, I would like to think that you are already there. If you can go to the very end at verse 26, I'll start at verse 25. It says, and he said, this is Noah. This is Noah, and he's blessing his 3 sons. Then he curses Canaan, which is Ham's son. It says, "Cursed be Canaan. A servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren." In verse 26, it says, and he said, "Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant." Verse 27 says, "God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant." So this is the pockets of, these are what we've been destined to, per se.
Okay.
So but in verse 25 it says, like you were talking about, the curse was, maybe leprosy or what have you, but it tells you right here what the curse is. The curse is he's going to be a servant of servants. He's going to be the slave of the slaves.
Okay. Understood. Okay. Okay. Okay, let me take a quick second and say welcome to everybody. We're at 39 minutes and 20 seconds into the second half of Gentile Nations Part 2. I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to welcome each and every one of you. Welcome to Sarah Brown, one of our members. Another one of our members and mods, Rachel Van Ziel. Hello, hello. Wake up call. Gaming, Gerald, how are you? And Amy, sweet girl, you hanging with us today, ain't you, sister? How you doing, boo? I'm so glad you are here. And let's see. So I thank everybody for being here in the chat. Sister Sonia, thank you so very much for being here. You and your husband are a blessing and continue to be a blessing to this channel. And I love you guys so much. Thank you. That's Sonia, man. Thank you. Robert Ingram was just thinking about you, and here you are. Robert says, Ronnie's applying critical thinking. Great researcher. And Rachel Van Ziel says hello to you, Robert. And please hit the like button. That means a lot. That if you guys hit the like button, it does help the channel grow. And it also helps keep us in the yes, they like her. Yes, they like him lane. And so I appreciate you for doing that, Rachel. But going ahead, Ronnie, I see right now we are at the 25th verse of chapter 9, right?
Yeah.
9.
Definitely. Chapter 9 of Genesis and verse 25, it tells you blatantly what the curse is. He's going to be the slave of slaves. So that lets you know a couple of things. The Hamites, he lets you know that that Ham had 4 sons: Cush, Mizraim, Phut, and Canaan.
Okay.
So out of the 4 sons, one of them was cursed to be a slave of slaves, like the bottom, the slave of slave, like you a slave.
You the slave,
Like,
slave. The slave
right,
got a
you're the
slave issue.
so it lets you know a couple things. One of them is that not all Hamites are cursed. So just because you black and you a Hamite doesn't mean that you're cursed. That it's only one bloodline, one genealogical line from Ham that
Okay.
is cursed to be a servant of servants, a slave of slaves.
And that
But
was from
nonetheless,
Canaan.
that lets you know that they're not the only slaves in the world.
And that, oh my gosh, I want to hold on to that because I am going to take that and run with this whole critical race thing because let me get off this microphone because I could run on that. Just go.
But I'm just saying, like, please understand, just because you've seen black people being slaves or whatever, that's not the curse is they are slaves of slaves. Like they're the most
Come
you know what I'm
on.
saying? I mean, I'm just
Come
they're
on.
just they're the slave of slaves. You know what I mean? Like he's a man. He's the
It's like the Benson's butler. Like Benson got a butler.
right.
And Benson is the
Exactly.
butler, but Benson got a butler.
Yeah, but exactly.
Our
exactly.
executive producer, Steve Willis, is in the house. He said, great teaching. Thank you for being here, sir. And again, let's see, we have Sherry, be cool. Hey. Okay, so yeah, like Benson got a Benson, not a Benson.
So right. So that lets you know that there's other slaves. Canaan is just going to be the slave of slaves.
Okay, and that was his curse. All right, so we got
right.
verse.
And not just to minimize because that's a terrible that's a terrible thing to be in that position and to be forever placed in that position. But I mean that's what it's saying. It's saying that they're not the only slaves ever. There's other slaves. It's just they are the slave of slaves. Verse 26 says, blessed is the Lord God of Shem. So that lets you know that early on, Shem had a Elohim. He had a specific mighty power that he was worshiping.
But can I ask a question? Can you explain verse 24 as it relates to verse 25? Because I don't think can we start at like
no. I want to relate verse 26 as it relates to verse 25.
Okay. All right, I'm with you. Verse 26.
Okay, if you don't know the story of how this curse manifested, how this came about,
yes,
go back and read Genesis 9. It's imperative to understand these fundamentals, these principles. But I think everybody here has a good understanding of it. But as far as time and moving forward, verse 26 is vital to verse 25 right there in the text. Look at it. It says, and he said, verse 26, this is Noah blessing Shem. But if you look, he really doesn't bless Shem. He blesses Yah. He blesses Shem's Elohim.
Okay, and he said, blessed be the Elohim Yah of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Okay, got it. But what did he do to get like that? Okay, go.
Canaan didn't do anything.
Okay.
Ham did it. Ham did it. Canaan just got the curse of it. But that's another topic.
His son got the curse because of something he did. Got you. Okay, go.
Right. There's three sons. It's Ham, Japheth, and Shem. Ham did something terrible. And Noah.
That's where the curse got on his son.
Noah cursed Ham's son, Canaan. Canaan is the fourth son of Ham.
Okay.
Mind you, this is way in the future of even Canaan existing.
Mm-hmm.
Because they just got off the boat. They just got off of the ark, and it was only them four and their four wives, and their wives.
Right.
Canaan didn't even exist yet. So he was cursing his bloodline.
Mm-hmm.
He was cursing the last of his bloodline. So A servant of servants shall he be in verse 25. In verse 26, it says, blessed be Yah, the Elohim of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. So
Okay.
Canaan is Shem's servant.
Plain and simple.
But Canaan is the servant of servants. That lets you know that Shem is a slave too. But that's, just understand what the script is telling you. Just understand what the script is telling you.
Got
it's
it.
plain as day. It says he's going to be a servant of servants.
Yes.
And then in verse 26, it says Canaan will be his servant. That means if Canaan is the servant of servants and Canaan is Shem's servant, that means Shem is a servant.
Correct. Okay, I'm feeling you. Okay, go ahead.
So it says, Elohim shall enlarge Japheth. So boom, right there. That's the blessing of Japheth. He's enlarged. He's large and in charge today.
Okay.
Right now.
Okay.
He shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant.
It says it. Okay.
So Canaan has to, suck it up. It has to suck it up. But
Suck it up, Cupcake.
I mean, it's a terrible thing. Everybody has a part to play. But the good thing about it is we can all be born again and enter into a whole entire inheritance, a brand new a completely different inheritance.
Yes.
But
that's the good news.
Right, that is the good news. But as far as the context goes, this is what's going on right here. Elohim has enlarged Japheth, and then we see that because the Gentile nations is Japheth, and we are under a Gentile paradigm right here, right now.
Correct.
So it's evident that he has enlarged Japheth, and that's his blessing. He's large and in charge. He has it going on. Shem didn't even get a blessing.
Wow. That's right. It doesn't say it here anywhere.
Shem didn't get a blessing. The Elohim of Shem got a blessing.
That's right. That's what it says. That's right.
Yeah. So that's just a side, a very important side caveat to Genesis 10 as we move forward.
Okay. Okay.
So that was to basically iron out what you were talking about as far as when you think of Ham and you think of the black people, you think of the curse that they acquired, but it's a specific bloodline to a specific group of people.
And can I say something when you get a second?
Yeah.
The reason for me saying that is because this is what has been used because
right to perpetuate a certain thing about how
a lie,
the slaves, right,
and it perpetuates a lie. Yeah. And it does, and it causes so much. But you know what? The only reason why a lie would even be is to cause division and confusion. And so it's like, here we are, a nation that says we love, our Elohim, that we love Yah, that we love the Father. And yet we have a mindset and a teaching that has always been taught for whatever the reason. And I can't say that the people who taught it later taught it out of being, hateful, because I can't see, my pastor having been hateful or anybody else. But what I'm saying is just the same way that we cross our heart and take an oath to a flag and take a, what I'm saying? It's what we've been indoctrinated to. But now is the time, because of the period that we're in, or the dispensation that we're in, to let his light so shine. And the truth is what you see when you shine light on it. Just go into any dark room or allow the lights to cut off. You're going to go to that place that you have a flashlight or a candle, and you're going to turn that light on. And as soon as you do, now you can see, you can locate. You've been in that room all along, but now you can see, now that the lights are on. And this is the light coming on, so that we understand what we need to know and what we need to do in this dispensation, in this time period. So there are no more lies that will really work, because before, the lie worked because we were like, We were all like sheep just following along. But now we understand how to get through that door. And we understand that Yahweh Shah is our only, or what they say as Jesus is the only door. He is the door. He holds the door, and we come on in with him, but he is the door. He is the shepherd. He is the door. So when I see these things right here, when I read this stuff, it's so pleasant and so sweet. His word is so sweet and so tender and so fresh that it is such a needful thing for us to know the basics. Because once we start getting into the big, blown up stuff, all this other stuff, it causes so much confusion. And for us to be able to go back and see that what we were all taught, oh, you were cursed because you this and you're that. That stuff is so elementary, and it's childish type elementary stuff, because it's not even based in any truth from biblical times. If we're looking to see exactly who was cursed, we understand that he was cursed because he did something he shouldn't do. And it wasn't even him. It was his daddy that was, but he cursed, Yahweh cursed the child 4 generations up, right? Bren or whatnot, whatever it was you said. But my point is the lie that we've been told, which is what is steeped in that supremacy mindset. This is what our brothers and sisters, or those that we are co-laborers with, that can go in a store and all of a sudden they start feeling bad because somebody tries to make them feel bad because of who they are. Conversely, they make us feel bad because of who we are, because it is a lie that's being promulgated around everybody. And I know it's a little off the topic, but I really think that it does drive it home when we consider the fact that all this stuff we were all taught made somebody feel like they were better than somebody else. And we're all in this lie that we've all been taught and that we've all been told. And so now that it's time to get the truth out there, you know what? We either going to get the truth and we're going to know the truth, or we're going to stay in the lie. But I guarantee you that if we don't grab this truth and we hold on to what the lie is, we will now be converted from what we thought was the barley and the wheat, and we will be the chaff or the tare. And like we said a while back, how the chaff or the tare is what goes right in the fire. It's kindling. So either we grab a hold of this truth while it's being given to us and while we can see it and open our own personal, sword and read it, or we can expect what comes to the chaff and what comes to the tare. So I'm gonna say that, and I'm gonna pass it back to you.
Yeah, and what's good about it is that when you look at it for face value, when you see what it's actually saying versus you're hearing somebody else tell you, you look at it and you see it plainly for what it is. It is actually like, it just opens up so much understanding, and there's a relief, like wow, I get, there's you get it just a little bit more, and you come closer to a broader realization, a more fundamental, a more enrichingly fundamental.
Absolutely.
And you can be able to compartmentalize. You can be able to put this in its proper place and put that in its proper place without the conflation, and seeing what is for what is versus what they want you to believe. Because the fact remains is everybody that was taught, and I'm talking about theologians, everybody that was taught, they are accredited by academia.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever theology school, whatever seminar you came, that you got your piece of paper from, or your letters, or whatever, it is all accredited by academia, and academia is secular. Academia is not set apart whatsoever.
That's right.
So I don't know why people strive to be, to be accredited by something. Be accredited by something that is secular if you are doing something secular. But if you're trying to do something that is, if you're trying to do the works of the Father, I'm about my Father's business. Why are you looking for an accreditation? Some type of establishment that is accredited in scholarship that has nothing to do. Okay, I'm ranting.
But I can totally tell you, because I have all them papers. You know what I'm saying? I have all those seals. I have all those papers. I have the ordination. I have the licensure. The same with my brother Lee. We all went through, Bible college and getting the graduation, and then doing doing our work at, at altar work, and doing all that stuff until we were proven. And then after that, then we get our ordination, then we get our, our licensure, and we get all that stuff. But I can honestly tell you that that's because we were indoctrinated and that's what we were taught. It wasn't until I set all that stuff down in 2015 and said, I'm disgusted and I'm done. I want you to show me who you are. Please show me who you are. And after that, it was like a whole year of crying and being mad and being upset and writing letters to old pastors like, hello, excuse me, do you see this right here? Why didn't you tell me this? I mean, it's clear and it's plain. And the funny thing is I was using the way that I was taught to do research from then. But see, even in that, even in being upset and even in wondering and questioning and asking them why they didn't teach me X, Y, or Z, they didn't know either, because it was an indoctrination of this is the path you take. The matriculation that we all went through was you do this first, then you do this, and then you do that first, and then you do that. You're female, so you can't be this, but you can be this. And like I told you, the testimony that I shared on this channel a while ago was, I even told the Father when I got the calling of being an evangelist, I was like, you must be talking about my husband. Let me introduce you to him, tripping that I'm talking to the Father and telling him, no, it can't be me. You must mean my husband. So my point is that, yeah, we go through this whole indoctrination period and we go through this. But see, now I understand that I went through that so that I could in this day be used by him and for his good and for everything he has planned for his people, because nothing in me is any good. But the knowledge that I learned then, I'm finding that, yeah, some of it I do have to relearn, but because I know it, it makes it a little easier, the path that I'm taking now, if that makes sense. And I went all the way around the corner. I mean, I was telling people that the church was tripping so much. I'm gonna go over here and hang out with Ishmael and them. And I did. I was hanging out with Ishmael. I was like, the Christian church is a mess and I can't deal with the other folks. So I'm going to hang out over here with them. And then I began to see that even they were nothing but Rome. And I was like, yikes. Now I understand. But there were so many things that were taught that you felt like, I got to know this, I got to know that. And then you don't ask any questions, because a lot of pastors and a lot of people, like Steve Willis, our brother, is saying here, the well-meaning pastors that many of us sat under were themselves deceived. They didn't know the answers. And so a lot of them got offended with you when you went and you asked them something and you felt like, well, maybe I shouldn't be asking this, because, they got offended. They were offended because they didn't know either. And it was just better to not rattle their apple cart than for them to have to do the research and know. But like I said, in 2015, and when I was done, I was like, that's it. You're going to have to teach me yourself, because I know that what I'm feeling and what I'm seeing and what I'm reading, there's something that's not adding up. And it's because of that, of just refusing to hold on to my sacred cows, because there's some of them that are still hard to let go of. I mean, even when I know now what the, what ancient Hebrew says and how to pronounce the words the correct way. Some of those things get challenged. And I think a lot of times that it was hard for me. It was hard for me to accept it. It was hard for me to pronounce some things. But I think the acceptance piece is what I want to harp on for a second, because I was always taught one word and one name. And I was always taught that this was God and that was God. And then this was God too. But then when I go back and I read in the word, I'm like, wait a minute. It said X, Y, or Z. So why am I attributing this to this? You can't take those questions if you are in a standard church to them and ask them, because they don't know either. And the only way that you get this teaching is if you, like yourself or like myself or several other people now that just are beginning to notice, because the Ruach HaKodesh, the teacher, the Paraclete, he's teaching us one-on-one, but you can find it. You can do your own research and travel all the way back. And there's so many other tools that we have now that our minds are open to learning truth that we can use to juxtapose, to find out, rightly dividing the word of truth. And I know that it's a little off of what we're talking about as far as the Gentile nations is concerned. But I just think that it's important, because a lot of people who may be, watching this in the replay or even watching it now may feel like, gee, should I be knowing this? This sounds sort of spooky. It doesn't sound like, but it's right here. We're not using no magic Bible. This is the Bible we've been taught out of. You know what I mean? But it's right there. It's literally right. And so for me, I remember being upset. I remember, back when I first met you, like what, 2015, 2016 or whatever, I was like, what is this? And what is that? And wait a minute, who told me this? So it's like all of this stuff is like, now is the crash course. Now is the time for us to open up and allow him to teach us. And you weigh it out, folks who are listening. You weigh that out with him. You read it, you see it, you weigh it out. And it's what you do with the information once it's given to you that will dictate everything after that. So don't take my word, don't take nobody's word. Just take it, weigh it out, measure it according to the word. Okay? Spend some time in prayer, spend some time in thought, and spend some time meditating on the word. Allow Ruach HaKodesh, what we know as the Holy Spirit, to teach us. And that's where truth comes in. That's how we rightly divide the word of truth. It's not about arguing, because people want to argue. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that. I don't have time to argue, because right now, as you all can see, there's some stuff going on out there in this world where we need laborers out in the field, and we don't have time for arguing. The arguing means I want to hold on to what I knew. And right now, I'm telling you, for me, I don't want to know that old stuff, because that old stuff was so steeped in tradition, man. Ronnie, I'm telling you, I knew some stuff that was so crazy that I could not, it's like, really now when I look back on it, I'm like, why? Because I wanted to serve. That's why. It doesn't mean that we were crazy. It just means we really loved him, and we wanted to get rooted and grounded in the truth. And then when that time came where he could give us a little bit more truth that separated us from all of the lies that Rome had taught us and given us, when we got to that point, then were we able to grasp onto truth. So this is not for everybody. But you know what? I can't do nothing for you. All I can do is give it. All we can do is give it. You got to weigh that out for yourself. It is for you to work out your own soul salvation. It's not for me. It's for us to give it to you. Once we know we give it, it's for you to work that out. Ronnie, you go right ahead. We are coming up on 1 hour now, and we are in the Gentile Nation Part 2. This is Felicia Lockhart. I want to thank everybody for being here with us today. Some really good teaching, and it does cause us to have dialogue and to think and to hash it all out. But this is what Ronnie and I do all the time. We hash stuff out all the time. And so it's a blessing. It's just a blessing. So go on ahead, Ronnie. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. So, I mean, we can see the continuity of scripture. I mean, we see that in the correctness and how things have played out exactly how the scriptures have prescribed. You see that Japheth has enlarged tremendously, greatly, doing his thing. We see how a line of the Hamites has become the slave of slaves, the quote unquote, terrible as it may sound, the bottom of the barrel. And we see that being played out. And then we also see how the Shemites, how Shem wasn't even blessed. Like he's the middle, he's he's the, I'm not saying he's the middle child, but I mean like the equivalent of that invisible middle child, who know of his presence is of no consequences. It's neither here nor there. He didn't get blessed or cursed. He got like his father didn't even think about him. His father thought about his Elohim. Noah blessed his Elohim and kept it moving. So I find that really interesting because it coincides with scripture as well, because it says that Yah chose Israel not because they were great, but because they were not great. That's why so just how scripture aligns when you read it and when you read it, not when somebody is explaining to you how you should interpret it, but when we just look at it collectively and we're like, yeah, hey, that's what it says. You come to find out it's consistent and and that is a marvel in and of itself. But nonetheless, we see that Japheth has been enlarged, and then as far as chapter 10, verse 6 goes, we see how Ham has his progeny is the founders of these super awesome, great civilizations of antiquity. And we know this to be the fact. In verse 10, it says, in the beginning of his kingdom was Babel. And we know Babylon is the greatest kingdom ever. That's the head, that's the gold head of the statue. That is the most prominent, most awesome kingdom that will ever stand in this world.
Correct.
So that came from black people. So when you say, when you hear people say, you know, the ancient civilizations was black, blacks was king, blacks used to be kings. Stop brushing that off. That's real talk. The scripture is telling you that right here. Scripture is blatantly letting you know black people started civilization. So I mean, civilization as we know it.
But can I ask you a question? So, okay, but here's the thing. I think that what evens out the playing field is this knowledge. And let's set that there for just a quick second. What evens out the playing field is that knowledge. Because if you have that knowledge, you know you ain't got to give nothing to nobody. And if you have that knowledge, you know you ain't got to wait for somebody to give you anything. So that levels the playing field by leaps and bounds. And I'm gonna leave that right there. Think on that.
Right. So if Canaan was cursed, okay, well, let's think on that for a minute, because that was good.
I mean, you think about that, because if the dark or the brown or the deep black was the ones who were the founders, who we see right here, who are the ones that created the civilization or whatever, okay, however you want to say it. If we understand that they were kings and all this other great stuff, then we ought to know that balances the playing field. Why? Because, you ain't got to give that person nothing, and that person ain't got to ask you for nothing. Why? Because you both understand who each other are, who you are. And if you know who you are, you ain't got to ask nobody for nothing. But when you don't know who I am, and I don't know who you are, and she don't know who he is, and none of us know who we are all going to vie for a title and or a position, and we will always be in competition, hence divided from one another. Because if I know what you got and you know what I got, we respect each other because we see what each other has accomplished and what each person brings to the table. But if you think I ain't got nothing and I just want, you to give me something and vice versa, we're going to have some division. Why? Because I work hard for what I get. Am I making sense? So if we're looking at each other like that, now we see where the divisiveness comes from. And it came from the very same place that we all have trusted, because we were not taught correctly.
That's right. Because so what I'm saying is that when we have put our trust into this paradigm that we were born into, we would tend to look down our noses at somebody who's saying, these ancient civilizations were black, but quote unquote, colloquially black. When chapter 10 of Genesis is letting you know, practically verbatim, that these civilizations were black. And Sumer and Babylon, these were firsts. These were firsts of civilization, and these things have stood the test of time, and these are the things that we have taken. These are the things that keep us innovative today. Like they were the first in irrigation. They were the first people to make roads.
Correct.
For trade. They were the first people to barter and trade. They were the first people that came up with a economic system. They were the first people to farm.
Correct.
They were the first people to raise cattle, to do shepherding and things like that.
That's right.
textiles and stuff like that. They were the first people to do carpentry. They were the first blacksmiths.
Yeah.
They were the first people that made beer. They were the first people that made vineyard. You know what I mean? So these are things that we are steeped in our culture today, and these came from an ancient, super awesome Black civilization. So keep that in mind, because it does shake the paradigm in which we are steeped today. However, that paradigm is just not entirely forthcoming. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I definitely want to impress that upon the listener. That's why I harped on it just a touch, because that's important to know. And to any Black people that's listening, who's has certain mindsets because of the construct that you're living in, like man, you're an awesome person, man. Just keep that in mind.
But I
And
have to say this, and I don't mean to cut you off, but this has been a thing that I have dealt with when I deal with youth, especially young Black women. And that is, if you know who you are, or where you come from, then it will make you stand up a little bit better. It's like if your grandmother and them are known in the community, you don't want to shame them. So you act like you got some sense when you're out in public. It's these things that have been withheld from all of us. And here's the skinny. Ain't nobody better than nobody in this chat. Ain't nobody better than nobody in this world. We all have need for a teacher. We all have need to be taught. And so once we begin to know who we are, we just sort of hold our head up, and there's certain things you should not do and in a certain way that you should not act. Having said that, I think it's important to put a pencil right here for a second, because these people are not the people that you see every day in your community right now. So I want you to segue and go into the second portion that you have for us. And we are right now, 1 hour and 13 minutes and 22 seconds into this second half. So go right ahead, Ronnie.
yeah, so as far as the Shemites go, like I said, they didn't get a blessing at all. They didn't, and this, come to find out as we move forward in the progression of time, come to find out this is the chosen people of Yah, and they didn't even get a blessing from their dad, from their father. So that lets you know how just mundane, just regular, just average Joe guy.
So the Shemites didn't get anything extra.
Yeah,
Got
it. Exactly. So
Miss Tree says the Chinese terracotta soldiers 221 through 206 BC equal Black from the, I think is it Qin dynasty or Quen dynasty? I don't mean to, pardon my ignorance. Is it QIN?
Yeah, that's the Qin dynasty.
Qin dynasty. Okay. And I know you know. Okay, so thank you for that, Miss Tree. So where do you want me to go now, Ronnie? Do you want us to stay here, or do you want me to pull up another passage?
Let's go over to the next chapter in Genesis 11.
Okay.
So okay. So look, we have a most profound people who are the Gentiles. We have another most profound people who are the Hamites, and then one of his line was cursed, and then we have Shem, but we know that Shem later on becomes that from that line came Eber, and which are the Hebrews, and from the line of the Hebrews came Abraham, which came Isaac, which came Jacob, who became Yasharal. So that is of the utmost importance as we move down as we move through the path of time. But as far as it goes right now, these are two great civilizations basically, and Shem is in the middle of it. When we look at the Shemites throughout the early portions of Scripture, we see that basically they're the builders. We find them in Egypt. They're building they're making bricks so they can build Egypt. They're always building. They're always building, always building, always building. They build. Eventually, you see them building the temple of the Most High Yah.
But this is not
The,
the Hamites. This is the Shemites.
These are the Shemites. But
Okay.
look, when we go back, but not to go back unless you absolutely want to, but when you go back to the end of Genesis 9, it tells you that Japheth will live in the tents of Shem. So Shem is always building. Shem is always building. Shem builds the Hamites cities, as we see in Genesis 11 via Genesis 9's curses and blessings. And everything that the Hamites orchestrated and made a thing, established, anything that they established, which is civilization entirely and as a whole, Japheth has acquired along the way. And it is now Japheth's. But you see that with the Greeks and the Romans, like the Greeks came and they said that it was Plato that was and Socrates was the top guy, and Hippocrates was the top physician, and all of these things. But they acquired their information from the ancient libraries,
correct,
which were established by the ancient Black civilizations. So, but they've acquired it through brute strength and might, and
taking
awesomeness of power,
right? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly. And then we see that with the Romans. They are an iron force to be dealt with. They just come through and just
mow stuff down.
Right. Pummel everything that you have established, and then everything that is standing after the smoke clears, they just rename it, rebrand it, and make it theirs. So
correct.
That is the construct in which we live today. So it says that so in Genesis 11, it's telling you how Babel, and we all know the story of Babel, as far as the tower goes, like this and that and the other. But it lets you know that let's see here. Let me just read real quick. And it came to pass that they journeyed from the east. In verse 2, they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. So the whole earth was of one language and one speech, and everybody came to Sumer, which we call Mesopotamia today. Everybody ended up there. And that's where everything started. And they said to one another, "Go, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly." And they went and had brick for stone, and slime as they made for mortar. Now these are the tents that Shem built. Okay. So inadvertently, this is why Japheth lives in the tents of Shem.
Okay. Got it.
Furthermore, we see that Japheth, one of his lineage is, it's a metaphor as well, or it's manifold, I should say.
Okay.
So because Japheth begat Ashkenaz, right?
Correct.
Well, by way of Gomer. So his grandson was Ashkenaz, and the Ashkenazi Jews are in the temple. There
Correct.
is no temple, but I'm talking about metaphorically.
I know what you're saying. Yes, metaphorically,
right.
Correct.
Right, they're in the temple. That's the house that Shem built. If you go back to verse chapter 9, verse, was it 27? I want to say, please don't.
Yeah.
I want to say verse 27.
Yeah.
It tells you that his blessing.
Yeah.
It tells you that's his blessing. He's hanging out in the tent that Shem built.
Right. We saw that. So that was 9. Yeah, we saw that. So let's go back just so that we have the continuity of that, since you referenced it. And it's important to keep our eyes on what the story is. It's and I can't even see the chat. So if I'm saying something and nobody And it's not pertinent. It's not supposed to be. What I'm trying to say without being, because I'm not at the chat. I'm on the other side of the screen, so I can't see the chat. But what I'm saying from my gut is this. It is important for us to understand that this is not about color, and it is about color. Isn't that weird? How can it be about both, Felicia? Let me share with you how. Because every single one of the individuals that we are talking about do have a hue. Every one of them have a shade. If I see you, I can describe you as a woman or a male, but then if it's for, any other purpose, they're going to say, okay, well, what else can you tell? It was a woman. Well, how did the woman look? What color was her hair? What ethnicity was she? We're trying to get in touch with her. How does she look? So we see color. Even though we say, I don't see no color, we see color. Let's all stop that now. So if you know what I'm saying, we got to stop that because we do see color. But what we are doing right now today is we're peeling back the layer of the brown or the purple onion, and we're getting to the sweet part. We're getting down to truth about who is over there right now and who they ain't. Okay? That's where we're going. So here we are.
This is the thing. Once we figure out where we are, like, and I guess maybe a lot of us have an idea of, which lineage we come from, but there's many of us who don't really know. But this can help lay down a foundation to better interpret and better be able to decipher who you are, even biblically. And when you can do that, now you can know how to move forward in attacking this king, in trying to gain this kingdom. And everyone thinks that, oh yeah, well, all you need is faith in Jesus. But what does that really mean? And what does that entail? And everybody has a path that they have to go down. And the enemy cannot deceive you if you are aware of who you are on your path.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. This is the point. My brothers and my sisters that are going to be watching this in the replay, that are watching this right now live, this is the point, because whom the Son has set free is free indeed. And you can only become free with the knowledge and the information that you glean and you gather from the teacher, from the Ruach, from our Father. That's the only way you're going to get this. But you have to use this, and you've got to get this, and you got to know this now, because this is the stuff that they're using against us to keep us divided. And this is important. You must know this. It is imperative to understand who all the players are, because there's a group of players right now. Aha. There are a group of players right now that are banking on you not knowing it. And I said aha on purpose, and I used the term banking, baby. I used the term banking, and I said aha on purpose. So read between the lines. There is somebody who is hoping you don't get this, and they got a purpose and a plan for it. Okay? Because you can buy a barrel of lies if you think that you got to give. And you can buy a barrel of lies if you think you got to keep your hand out. You better understand something, that, yeah, all the shades were dark, but from that dark came lighter and a little bit lighter and a little bit lighter. Okay? If mankind was made from the dirt, come on now, do the math. Let's all of us be real. Be real. We came from the dirt. Okay. You can go deep, start digging in some dirt. And then you get my color people, copper. Okay. So we got to get this so that we get the understanding. And it does come down to, wait a minute, we got to understand, especially now, because see, here's the thing. They are causing so much confusion for us right now that they're banking on us not even doing this math, that they're banking on us not even figuring it out and connecting the dots, so they can continue to have a group of individuals who will always appear to be shuffling and needy. I got to stop. You better get on this mic because I'm about to take it on in.
No. So you see chapter 9. Genesis chapter 9, verse 27. You see it. It says, Elohim shall enlarge Yafah, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem. So just taking that portion of scripture, what is the metaphorically or manifoldly, many
folds.
layers of the many layers of the onion. What is a tent of Shem? The tabernacle is is the tent of Shem.
Yes.
And here we have Japheth, who is enlarged, dwelling in that tabernacle, which became the temple, which doesn't exist anymore because Yah's people, is the temple. The heart of flesh, is the temple nowadays,
Mhm.
or what have you. But yeah, Japheth, that is his blessing. He is blessed in this world. He is blessed in this world. He is the top. He's the top.
He's the cat's pajamas.
He's the bee's knees.
He's the bee's knees. I'm sorry, I had to go there. Anyway.
No, but that's just bringing it in. Bringing it in is that you see in Genesis 11 that they made the bricks to build the great ancient civilizations, quote unquote, of old, and who do we see laying all the bricks continually throughout Scripture? We see the quote unquote Israelites. They did it in Egypt. They did it here in the land of Shinar.
Correct.
They did it when they left captivity, and then they built the temple.
But they kept on their gig. They kept on their gig for the most part. For the most part.
They're always building.
And
there's a usurpation taking place. There's a usurpation taking place because they know that they're builders. So there's a group of people that call themselves Masons that every facet of who they are has been usurped.
Mm.
Every facet of who they are has been usurped.
Mm.
So just have an understand or have a fundamental basic knowledge of that as you move forward when you look at these scriptures. So I just wanted to show you that. But if you go to Isaiah 19, we can see what's going on. So this is what I want to impress upon you as we move forward to Isaiah 19. There were 3 sons. They had those 3 sons had lineages, and one of the lineages is where the Gentiles come from.
I'm spelled Isaiah wrong. Sorry. You can thank LA Unified School District. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go.
No. Oh, that's funny. You can see that Japheth, from verse 5 in chapter 10, it tells you that from Japheth is where the Gentiles come. That line, that lineage, and there is no augmentation to the other verses, verse 20 and verse 31 of chapter 10. There's no amendment in those verses that say that they're Gentile nations, only when they're describing Japheth. So this is what I want to impress upon you one more time. Japheth is where the Gentiles come from.
Correct. We established. Yes.
So here we have a group of people today who say that they're the chosen people, and they say that everybody else is Gentiles, and that's just not true. There's only one group of people that's Gentiles, and everybody else is not.
Absolutely.
So are we at Isaiah 19?
Oh, we're at 10. Hold on, let me get us to 19. Oops. Carry on. No dead air.
Isaiah is a prophetic book or what have you. He's definitely a prophet of the Most High Yah, and he is speaking to his to Yah's people who have gone astray and continue to go astray, and are in captivity and or will be in captivity.
Correct.
In chapter 19, if you scroll down, this is the scripture talking. This isn't me. This is the scripture talking. And this is stuff that we have never touched upon because we have listened to pastors.
Correct.
Let's start at 19. Let's
Okay.
start at 19. I'm going to read.
Okay.
Just hang with me, everybody. It says,
Okay.
in that day, and they're talking about the last day,
Okay.
talking about the last day, because every time you're talking about in that day, it's always an allusion to the last day, to
Okay.
the day.
Okay.
That we're all looking forward to. So in verse 19, in that day there shall be an altar to Yah in the midst of the land of Egypt. So even Egypt is going to be worshiping Yah. And it says, and a pillar at the border thereof to Yah, and it shall be for a sign and for a witness unto Yah of hosts in the land of Egypt. For they shall cry unto Yah because of the oppressors. And he shall send them a savior and a great one, and he shall deliver them.
Hallelujah.
And Yah shall be known to Egypt. So Yah is going to be known to Egypt. If you look at this word, Egypt is Mitzrayim. We just looked in Genesis 10, where it says that Ham had Cush and Mitzrayim. Mitzrayim is Egypt.
That's right. We saw that. We read it in the first part 1 of this series. That's correct.
Mitzrayim is Egypt. It says in verse 21, it says, and Yah shall be known to Mitzrayim. Yah shall be known to Egypt. And the Egyptians shall know Yah in that day, and shall do the sacrifices and the oblations. Yea, they shall vow a vow unto Yah, and will perform it. These are the Egyptians. These are the Mitzrayim. This is Mitzrayim.
Correct.
And Yah shall smite Egypt, and he shall smite it and heal it. So he's breaking it down to build it back up. And they shall return even to Yah, and he shall be entreated of them and shall heal them. So understand this. There's a group of people that Yahweh Shah, or the one who's seated on the throne at the last days, say, I do not know you.
Correct.
But verse 21 says that Yah shall be known to Egypt, and that Yah shall be known to Egypt, and the Egyptians shall know Yah in that day. So there's a relation. They know each other.
Relationship. That's right. There's relationship.
They know each other.
Correct.
So he's not talking to Egypt. He's not talking to the descendants of Ham.
No. Mizraim is it's plain and simple. Okay, come on.
Okay. Verse 23. In that day there shall be a highway out of Egypt to Assyria, and the Assyrian shall come into Egypt, and the Egyptian into Assyria, and the Egyptians shall serve with the Assyrians. So the Assyrians and the Egyptians are hanging out together, high-fiving, serving together. 24. In that day shall Yasharal be the third with Egypt and with Assyria, even a blessing in the midst of the land, whom Yah of hosts shall bless, saying, blessed be Egypt, my people, and Assyria, the work of my hands, and Yasharal, mine inheritance. He calls Egypt his people. Assyria is the work of his hands. Assyria is where the Persian Empire comes from. The Persian Empire is called the Akkadians. These are where the Akkadians came from. The Assyrians and the Akkadians are basically one and the same. The Akkadians and the Syrians are all the Assyrians and the Babylonians are Akkadians.
Correct. I do know that. Yes.
Okay, so by saying Assyrian, you can say like a South Carolinian or an or Virginian.
Yeah.
You're American. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
You're under the umbrella of being American. If you're Assyrian, you're Akkadian. If you're Babylonian, you're Akkadian. So if you go back to Genesis 10, it tells you. I'll start reading. Let's see here. In verse 6, it tells you that the sons of Ham are Cush, Mitzrayim, Phut, and Canaan. It says, and Cush begat Nimrod. Okay, in verse 10, it says, in the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Arak, and Akkad. Akkad is where the Akkadians came from. Akkad is of Ham.
It's right in front of us.
Akkad is of Ham. Akkad and the Assyrians are Akkadians.
Correct.
We just read in Isaiah 19 that Yah takes Mitzrayim and Assyria and couples them with Yasharal, and they are his people.
That's what it says.
It plainly says that. These are black people. These are sons of Ham. These are black people. The Gentiles are of Japheth.
Right. And we established that in the first hour that the Isles, which are like we said, which would be like England or London and all of the
right.
England, the Greek,
Great Britain. Yeah, right, exactly. Those
the
are
Greek
the Isles.
That's what the word says. Yeah, the Isles. It does say that. Yeah. Yep. That's what it says. That's what it says.
Yes. So this is what I'm saying. Even there's a qualifier in verse 5 that says the Gentiles are from Japheth. In verse 20, that qualifier is not there for Ham. We definitely know in verse 31 that Shem is not a Gentile. We absolutely know that.
Right. And we established that. Yeah.
Shem is not a Gentile.
Right.
Shem is the nation. Shem is definitely not the other nation. So in verse 20, when it's talking about Ham, it doesn't call him a Gentile. It only calls Japheth.
Yeah, there's 20 right there.
It says by thee. No, that's so my point is that the Akkadians, the Assyrians, are from Akkad, and Akkad is the kingdom that Nimrod built. And
that's
Nimrod,
right.
And Nimrod comes from Cush, and Cush is an Ethiopian.
Ethiopia, that's correct. That's the seat of civilization, correct? Yeah. Yep.
So I'm trying to explain that Ethiopians, or quote unquote black people, that Egyptians, Mitzrayim, and Yasharal,
correct,
who scholars call brown people.
They're all brown.
They are, and this is the scripture now. This is the scripture.
And that's the point. That's the point that I want to drive home, is that I know that this does rattle a lot of apple trees and a lot of apple carts, and I get it. You know what I'm saying? But I submit that this is something that if I had an issue with understanding, I needed to take it to our Father and sort of hash it out with him so that I get some good understanding, because I think the most important piece is that we don't miss what we are learning, because again, if we don't understand what we are looking at right now today, we can easily be swayed even further to believe the myth and the lie that will follow. And please listen to what I just said. If you got to play it back 3 times, if we do not understand and we do not get, okay, all that we're seeing here in Bereshit, in Genesis, okay, you guys can, you can call it Genesis, you can call it Bereshit, you can call it however you want. If you don't get this, the issue will be that other things will continue to divide. And once those things begin to divide, you will, just like a boat that's on a tire that just keeps spinning, it will come loose. And even though that car was the thing that tire was supposed to be on to get it to its destination, that tire gonna go one way and that car gonna go another. And there is no way they could ever do anything opposite of that. So it's time to tighten up our bolts, tighten down the hatchets, get over what they've used to divide, and start to hunker down and get this word. Hunker down and get this word. Come on, let's go on to the next group of wonderful folks here.
Yeah, so that was Isaiah 19, which I'm sure most of us have never placed our eyes upon. That is an elusive passage of scripture, because of course Yasharah is Yah's people, but Yah clearly claims Egypt and Assyria as well, and puts them together in a grouping of 3 with Israel. Israel is his inheritance. Assyria is his hand, is how he conducts, how he makes everything manifest in the physical. And Egypt, it says, it just blatantly calls Egypt his people. So that's
So I'm back at I'm sorry, brother, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm back at Isaiah 19. Is that where you wanted me to go, back to Isaiah 19?
Yeah, go to Isaiah 14.
Okay, so let's go on over here. Click a few back. Are you guys enjoying this teaching? I hope so, because it's almost like a crash course. But the best part about it is that you do see the passages and the scripture for yourself, so that in your own time, you're able to sit down and study it. And that way you're able to learn it and to know it and to understand it. Because in all you're getting, you have to get understanding. And the only place you're going to get that is from our Father. That's it. Understanding and wisdom and all of that, it doesn't come from a person. It comes, letter A, from me being willing to know that there's a little bit more than I thought I knew. You know what I'm saying? It's more than it's something up, and I thought I knew it, but I don't know it. First, I have to understand that. And then the second thing is to know that when we get it, we got to write this down, and then we have to study it on our own. So I'm over here now, brother, Isaiah 14.
Okay. Well, to summarize, we see that Japheth has the blessing. Japheth is enlarged. His territory is enlarged. He basically is large and in charge. He's in charge of the world. There is a kingdom that's coming that has a flip paradigm from that, because it doesn't talk about any offspring from Japheth. Verse 14 clarifies and lets you know how that works.
Okay. We are
I'm sorry,
there.
chapter 14 of Isaiah.
Chapter 14. Okay. I'm here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Chapter 14 of Isaiah, verse 1. This is what's going on for every single person alive, every single person who is breathing. It says, "For Yah will have mercy on Jacob, and will yet choose Yasharal, and set them in their own land, and strangers shall be joined with them."
You better say that again.
And they shall cleave to the house of Jacob, and the people shall take them and bring them to their place. And the house of Yasharal shall possess them in the land of Yah for servants and handmaids, and they shall take them captives whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors. Understand that the paradigm that we live in now is a blessing for Japheth and his people. But that blessing is a worldly blessing. That blessing is in the construct of this time. There's a kingdom that's coming that is the flip of that.
Mm-hmm.
I hope we're marinating on this concept. Okay, so I'm going to go back to verse 1. It says he will have mercy on Jacob. He's not going to have mercy on anybody else but Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
And he will yet choose Yasharal and set them in their own land. And the strangers shall be joined to them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob. If we are not Yasharal, which is the lineage of Shem, everybody has to cling and cleave to the house of Yasharal. Everybody. That's the only way that we are going to gain salvation, that we are going to enter into the kingdom. If we accept Yahushua as our savior, and then we will conform to his ways, and his ways is a culture of a tribe of Israel, a tribe of Yasharal. The whole entire house, we have to cleave to this house. And the people shall take them and bring them in their place. So the people are going to basically usher us into our land. We're not going to have to do anything. The people are going to take them and bring them to their place. And then it says that the ones who took as captives, they will end up being captives. That's a rough pill to swallow, but this is Isaiah 14. This is not me.
That's heavy.
So this is what I'm saying. Just because the paradigm has a lot of us in a cozy situation right now, and has a lot of others of us feeling extremely oppressed. The fact of the matter is both mindsets are correct. You're supposed to be cozy. And you, on the other hand, you're supposed to be extremely oppressed. That's the game. That's what's supposed to be happening. You're supposed to that's what is. The salvation comes when the kingdom comes, and there's a flippage, and it's blatant. I'm not reaching. I'm not exaggerating.
No, I'm looking right at
it. I'm laying it out flat. And this should ruffle some feathers, but in a good way. This should in a growth type of way, to recalculate, reevaluate, and reconsider.
And recalibrate. Yeah. So let's just put this in a nutshell, because we're like coming up to a point where I think a lot of people are let me just say this, that it is unfortunate that for centuries and for thousands of years that Rome has found it important to keep this information hidden by indoctrination. So they are the enemy, right? But if we consider that they are who they are, and we've just qualified them as the enemy because, well, they've been the ones sort of teaching everything, and it's all opposite of what our Father says.
Exactly.
Then it would make us understand that there's obviously a reason why they kept it hidden. And the biggest form of identity theft is the reason. If they get you so focused on, don't worry about this, don't worry about that, we're all this, we're all that, it's okay, we all the same, then you will believe the lie that has been promulgated for quite some time. And unfortunately, If I'm a person who was a part of that group of people and I did not know that they were lying, it is still a disservice to me, even if I think this was who I am and this is where my home was. So there is a disservice that's been done not only to the people who think that that's their home, but it's also one of the people who belong there. Look here, let's just be real. There would have been no need for a 99-year lease over there across that water.
Right.
That's just now about up. Let's just be real. Real talk. That ain't them. You don't have to have no 99-year lease. So now everybody running around talking about, oh my goodness, well, why do they got this guy over here now? He's from the Muslim. He's Muslim and he's from Palestine, and now he's over there and he's ruling in Egypt, and he's ruling over in Israel, and he's got a seat there now, and this and that. Dude, if you don't know that these cats had a 99-year lease and they were really whipping you upside the head with a boatload of lies, then you would sit here and wonder why they're there. They're there because it has to be given back to who it originally belongs to. Now, this ain't nothing I'm saying that's new. All you got to do is do a nice amount of research and you're going to know the truth. Don't be mad, get right. Don't be mad at me. Just get right. So there is a reason why they want you to believe opposite of what truth is. And there is a reason why they have hidden these things from us, and it's been hidden in plain sight. They hid it in a book that we revere so much, right in our eyesight. So it is a reason. It does make a difference. It's so funny to me because it's like it only makes a difference if I find out that my enemy that I thought that they had painted, that they create this fake enemy. But it was okay for me because now, the enemy could have been the ant up under my foot. And it was cool as long as the ant was up under my foot and I knew what an ant was. An ant was just nasty and just bottom basement. And it's okay. But now that I understand that this ant actually had a little something about himself, they done painted Charlton Heston, the ant, to be this other cat.
Well, it's
no,
because...
hold on, please,
okay.
hold on.
Yep.
Okay, so now, all this time you've been telling me that Charlton Heston was that dude, and you've been teaching me that all the cats that was the ants or the low life or the no goods, I was not even supposed to pay no attention to them. But now I find out that the cat you've been painting and telling me was somebody is just like me. A nobody? And you've been telling me that the nobody I thought was the nobody means something to somebody in the presence and in the shape and in the form of the Most High. But as you can clearly see when you learn the truth, that every single one of them were a somebody, but one of the somebodies ended up taking a punishment that was due. And it ain't the one we've been taught. So it is important. So important they promulgated the lie and continued with it. So important that they wanted to shape it and fashion it and make you believe opposite of what it truly was. So it is important. It is important. And we all ought to be angry. But if not for Yah, who loved us enough to have us in one accord right now, learning and hearing his truth. Not mine, not Ronnie, not David, not Rachel, not nobody in the chat, not Anthony if he was here, not nobody. So if I got a problem, I really got a problem with Yah. I need to go and sit down with him. Now, why do I say Yah? Well, because of the good old vowel shift and because of the fact that GAD in the vowel shift and switched it over to GOD. I know who that is. I know what that is. Good old Lucky. God, Lucky. We got to come on, even though we older, and we got to learn this because we have it upon us to teach our children and our grandchildren while we are still here. There's the rub. Get it?
Yeah.
Hold it, learn it, hold it close to our necks, because our grandchildren are going to repeat the mess that we have learned and have done if we don't get it. Who else going to teach them? The school trying to teach him how you teach your little grandson how to be a little girl. So who's going to teach him? Time to break it up. And it's time to understand that there's a reason why they hid it. There's a reason why they lied. And there's a reason why there's really a 99-year lease on that little bitty thumb-shaped place over there that they had to go over and declare a nation state. And it goes beyond Balfour. It goes beyond that. If you know the truth, if you dig a little deeper, you'll find that there is something that's even more deeper than that. But you can't bring it all here. You can't bring it all here. Because it's going to get tampered with. Somebody going to cut some of it out. What you hearing right now, if you ain't catching it live, you try to hear it on the replay, you ain't going to get it all. Why? Because the truth divides. And no one wants you to know it, because once you know it, your eyes is open and you cannot unknow it. So get it.
That's right.
Go ahead, Ronnie.
Well, there's some of us that's on a high horse for no reason, because you're, I mean, you feel like you're on a high horse, but it's already etched in stone. It's nothing that you did. It is a blessing that your forefather obtained, and you're on that high horse to this day. You need to humble yourself.
Conversely, we're on a low horse because of what, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
There's some of us also who are feeling lesser than because of the situation that they find themselves in. But you need not to feel this way. It is ordained. That's how it was supposed to be. And we have to go through down this path, and everything is going to be smoothed out when the kingdom gets here. But you don't need to feel like you're lesser than. That's just the path that your forefather, that's just the blessing or the curse that your forefather was given.
But see,
and
we can all undo it.
That.
Amen.
Exactly,
and we can undo
exactly.
it.
I have I'm going somewhere with this. I'm going somewhere with this. What I'm saying is that there is a great neutral. We cannot tip the balance. We cannot be haughty, and we have to love ourselves, but we can't be narcissistic. You know what I mean? There's a great neutral. And Yah provides the great neutral when he tells us to be born again. And when we're born again, we are neither Jew nor Gentile. We are neither slave nor free.
Come on.
We are Mashiach.
Come on.
And we become him. We are his body. And he is a neutral, very, very firm, very set in place standard. He is a judge. He is righteousness. He is the standard.
Hallelujah.
And that's what we are obtaining. So when we're lopsided one way or the other, it's the hand that we've been dealt from way back thousands of years ago. We have to unwrap our mindsets from the paradigm and see it for what it is, and find that even keel that is Yah, that even keel that is Yahweh Shah, and live up to that standard and set our eyes to the construct of that standard.
Correct.
Which is a very, very humble standard. It's a very high, and it's a very high position to be in, actually, but because it is a high position, it's humbling, and it causes you to be very meek and very, lowly, if you will, so you can be worthy of that call and worthy of that position. And like I said, there's neither Jew nor Gentile when you enter into that zone. But right now, what we're doing is we're assessing the situation and finding out where we are to understand how we need to switch it up, change, whatever we have to do to conform to Yasharal, because in chapter 14, it tells you that we are to cling to Yasharal. We have to cling to the house of Jacob. We have to cleave to the house of Jacob. And cleave, that's the same word when a woman's
I
supposed to
was
cleave
thinking
to a
about
man.
that. Yeah. And the husband to cleave to the mother, leave the mother and father and cleave to his wife. I thought about that earlier.
Exactly.
And
And
we are
this is
the
the
bride.
concept. And this is the concept. But we have to, in order to know where we're going, we have to know where we've been. And you have to get out of the fog and the fuzziness and the spin of who society says we are. But you have to identify first with who you are in society, and to be able to make the right maneuvers.
And that's what my point was earlier, that it is important because our society has made color such a bad thing. Okay. That's the problem. Our society, Rome, I'm gonna say it again, Rome. You want to know why you don't like somebody because of the color of their skin? Is because you were taught that by Rome. I was taught to not trust the white people because of Rome. Rome taught the white people not to trust me because of my skin color, and that came from Rome. All of the dissension and the divisiveness came from Rome. And so we got to undo that. We got to untie the bow tie in order for us to understand what we need to wear to the party.
So this is what's going on, Felicia. Right here, right now. It makes no difference what you did yesterday. It makes no difference what you did this morning.
Come on.
If right here, right now, you understand the atrocities that all of us have found ourselves in, and we strive to, again, right here, right now, dig ourselves out of it and make, gain way towards the correct path of righteousness.
Correct.
That's the only way. That's the only way, because it is a whole lot of woe. Woe unto this person, woe unto that person, woe unto this nation, woe unto that nation who disrespects the people of Yah. Anybody who has had a hand in the oppression of the people of Yah is in for something that that you wouldn't wish on your worst enemy.
And the only way you can understand that is by knowing who Yasharal is. That's why it's important.
Exactly. So if you're sitting here thinking, okay, well, I ain't gonna do no wrong by, was it Jews for Jesus, or no, churches for Israel, Christians for Israel.
It was all of that. I did.
Yeah, I give $10 a month to Israel. Like you're looking in the wrong.
I was given $20 back 20 years ago. I was given $20 a month, and my goofy behind thought that was the way I was supposed to be, because Rome indoctrinated churches and pastors and teachers and everybody who taught me where I was supposed to be given, and that's what I was doing. But now I didn't even know when I was first. Let me tell you something. This is the sad part, and I'm going to give Ronnie back the mic. But you guys, let me tell you something. And the reason why I'm so passionate about wanting everybody to get this, and I'm sure Ronnie is as well. When I first learned truth, a part of it, because I don't know it all, and I believe that the Father's only giving me as much as I can take each time, because I would go through a period of learning, breaking it down with him and me and the Bible in the room, and I would just weep and cry. I feel that if we do not understand it, we will gloss right over it with a new set of eyes and this new set of peepers that we end up with. We have a new set of peepers. Okay. It's like the scales have been lifted up, but all of a sudden we sort of backslide into the old ways and into the old, and we're ever learning and never coming into the knowledge of the truth. And that's why at our old ages, we need to get our old selves together and put it together. Okay, go.
No, that's right. Because listen, when our people were in the wilderness before, 40 years, right? Let me just say it plainly. All the old people fell off by the wayside. They did not make it into the kingdom. Only the fresh batch of people that were born in the wilderness made it into the kingdom.
Say it
Everybody with a
again.
dinosaur mindset, everybody with an old school mindset, and did not come with it, did not come with the understanding that was given to them in the wilderness. They fell off. They died in the wilderness. They never made it to the promised land. It doesn't matter how old you are. You could like what I've been learning this my whole life. I've been studying it this way my whole life. Listen, this whole system is the lie. It's not a lie, it's the lie. This whole system is the lie. We are inheritors of truth, and we have to be good watchmen on the wall. We have to be the ones who hold fast to truth. So you have to understand what faith means. Faith is amunah. Faith is not faith. The word faith actually is a Greek goddess. Her name is Faith. She's a Greek goddess. Her name is Faith.
That's her name. It's a chick.
It's a chick. She's a goddess. Her name is Faith. But the word that they use in the Greek is faith. Well, it's in the Hebrew as faith, but it comes from the Greek word pistis, and so actually her name is pistis, but it's faith. If we're speaking English,
Okay,
but
got you.
Pistis. And pistis is the Greek goddess of what we consider faith. Faith is so abstract in the Christian mindset. In churchianity, it's such an elusive, like, what is it? It's the substance of things. It's not tangible. In the Hebrew mindset, faith is amunah. Amunah means, I'm paraphrasing just to give you a somewhat understanding of what amunah. It's the root word of where we get amen from, when how we solidify and put a stamp on that thing that on that communication that you gave to Yah. You said amen at the end of that and put a stamp on it and made it sure.
Let it be so.
Right. Let it be so. That amunah, that amunah means basically fidelity. You're married to it. You're married to it. You do not go left, or you do not go right. You are married to it. So if you have, the word belief, when you see the he who believes on the Lord Jesus Christ, or he who has faith, like the word believe in the New Testament and the word faith, it's the same word. It's pistis. It comes from the word amunah. You have to have fidelity. You have to be married to this. You have to go by the rules and regulations of the house. That's what having faith in Jesus Christ means. It's not this abstract thing. Oh, I have faith. I just believe. Well, how do you know? I just do. I just know. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. There's nothing tangible in that. The thing is what he said, I'm going to do. How he moved, I'm going to move. How he tells me to move through these words, through the scripture, that's exactly to the T what I'm going to do. He said he's about my Father's business. I'm about my Father's business. Like, that's being married to this. That's amunah. That's the quote unquote faith. And that's what we have to have. And if you're not having it, you're in a strong delusion. You're playing yourself.
So David here, my brother David says here, they died in the wilderness for worshiping false gods. Okay, slow that up and break that down. They died in the wilderness for worshiping false gods. And where did they get the false gods from? Think about that. Break it down. They died in the wilderness, David, for worshiping false gods. Where did they get the understanding of those false gods? They got the understanding of those false gods from their oppressor that they drug with them. And when the truth came, They were not ready to receive the truth and held on to the false teaching that was given to them, even though they sat there and they watched Moshe. We don't need to go in, Moshe. You go in for us. And whatever the Most High tells you, we're going to accept that. But he said, well, wait a minute. Now, he done made a whole spread before you. All you got to do is go here, and then you go down here and wash yourself up, get yourself together. And then after you wash yourself and get yourself, now you go ahead and you present yourself to him. No. All of Yasharal said, it's okay. We don't want to go. We don't have, you go learn it for us and you bring it back. And whatever you say, Moshe, we will take it, Moses. Whatever you say. So they died in the wilderness for worshiping false gods. Where did they come from? Where did they learn it? Even though they could have gone themselves and sat with him and learned and spoke to him, they would have had that opportunity. But because they wanted to hold on to those little bitty pieces of wood that they whittled, turned them into gods, even after they sat there and watched Moses and heard everything that was, even after that, they knew that they was not supposed to be dealing and dibbling and dabbling in that. They already knew. The law, the commandments were already given. They said, yeah, we understand. And then the word says they understood and they turned right around. And they did the opposite. They sat right there and they knew they were not supposed to fashion anything. They were not supposed to fashion anything in heaven. No, not anything on the earth. They were not supposed to create any gods. They were not supposed to do any of that stuff. And they died in the wilderness for worshiping false gods. But where did they get that from? They got that from their oppressor. They got the lie. They ran with the lie. And that is why they died in the wilderness while falsifying. Okay? So that is the reason why now because it is a type. This is a type of that. Everything that we're seeing right now is a type. Again, we've been here before, again and again and again. You can look at Abraham, you can look at Moshe, you can look at every single one of all of these stories. Even if you go back to the book of Enoch, you can see a type. There are types and shadows. You can see types. But what was Israel or Yasharal's main problem? The fact that they had to cleave onto their oppressor. They had to take everything that the lie had been given to them because there was comfort in that lie. That's why we are breaking it down from the beginning so that we get it, because this again is that.
But that's why Yasharal is commanded to not do what the other nations do, and we're supposed to remain set apart. So it's vital, it's pertinent that we remain set apart and stop looking like these other nations. And these other nations are the ones who are teaching us these things. So it's apparent that if they're teaching us that, that's what they look like. We're not supposed to look like them. So in actuality, if they're teaching you something, you need to spit it out right away.
I can't eat it. I can't learn that. Okay, I got to unlearn that to spit it out.
And
spit it out right there.
So look, it's very interesting. You know, you talk about the book of Enoch. The book of Enoch is very eye-opening. It lets you know the paradigm. It lets you know. It lays it out plain and flat.
But Rome has taught people not to touch it.
Well, that's because it lays it out plain and flat in an unparalleled way where you get it. Where you're like, oh, that's where that came from. Oh, that's what this means. For man. We're talking about the 70 nations. We just read Genesis 10, where it's talking about the 70 nations. The breakdown. The scripture lets you know, if you have foreknowledge and understanding of a decent amount of scripture, lets you know that Yah's people have been scattered throughout the four corners of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
And and all of his people has been put under some other type of nation and their rules, regulations, governments, things of that nature. They're under somebody else's governance.
And they don't know who they are.
Oh yeah, and they absolutely don't know who they are. So some
We
people
know who we are, and I'm not sure. I mean, I know a lot of people here who know who we are. If you don't, then I think you will know. But the point is, and I want to just get to this piece. It is so urgent that people wake up and understand what Ronnie is saying. Come on, brother. Oh, David, make a good thing. Enoch still exists in the Ethiopian Bible. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Enoch still exists in the Ethiopian Bible. Enoch still exists in the regular, King James, whatever, Americanized, the American Bible.
Yeah, but to his point, but to his point, I know what he's saying. I think he's saying
No, but what I'm saying is that Enoch still exists, period. Like, we don't have to go venture off into these other, like, even in our own culture, as far as like the ESV, the English Standard Version.
Yeah, there's just like bits and pieces, though. It's not like the whole book. I think he's saying the whole book. I think he's saying the luminaries and everything.
Canonized in the Ethiopian Orthodox.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying. Yeah. I don't think he's talking about.
No, I'm not negating what he's saying. I'm saying you don't even have to go that far. It's right here in the book that we read. They allude to it, and then when we read scripture, if you read the book of Enoch, you'll see so many allusions to where, oh, that's where the Bible got that concept from. Oh, that's where the Bible got that concept from. Oh, that's what Yahweh Shah was talking about when he said that.
That's the reason why I love
that's
it.
That's why Paul said what Paul said.
Yes. Miss Tree
and
says,
you're like, oh.
Ms. Tree says colonization of the continent of Africa through war is greatly responsible for the 200 plus languages developed there. Again, discourse over things necessitating coding. Yeah, absolutely. I know exactly what you're saying. So now, Ronnie, if we take what you just said, how does that play into what we're dealing with right now? Dealing with, the book of Enoch and a whole. I mean, I know I love the book of Enoch.
Okay. Well, let's do it like this. Let's actually read the book of Enoch. Let me read a portion out of the book. I just pulled it up because you were talking about Enoch when you were saying what you were saying in relation to this. Chapter 88. I'm gonna read verse 84 to the end of chapter 88, and just listen to this. This is okay. So listen. There's 70 nations that we just read in Genesis 11. In Genesis 10, and they are progeny from who? The three sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. So all of those nations derive from them, and there's 70 of them. And like we said earlier, they're called the quote unquote table of nations. And once again, there's 70 of them. And Yasharal, Yah's people has been scattered out throughout all the four corners and has come to live under the confines of one of these nations. All of us. I'm going to read chapter 88. If anyone has the book of Enoch, pull it up. Chapter 88, I'm going to start at verse 84. And listen to this, Felicia. Listen, well, you've read it before, but just listen to this. Again, I saw those sheep wandered and went various ways, forsaking their house. And those sheep are, Yah's people. And it says that they went various ways and forsook their house.
Are you in 88 or 84?
I'm in chapter 88, verse 84.
Okay, cool beans.
Okay, so look, it says he saw, and this is Enoch speaking, and Enoch is talking to Methuselah, his son. So it says, and I saw those sheep wander and went various ways, forsaking their house, and that their Lord called to some among them who he sent to them. But these, the sheep, began to kill, So in other words, he sent servants, he sent some prophets to him, but the sheep killed them. They're not trying to hear the prophets. They don't care nothing about these prophets trying to tell them truth. It says, and when one of them was saved from slaughter, he leapt and cried out against those who were desirous of killing him. But the Lord of the sheep delivered him from their hands and made him to ascend to him and remain with him. He sent also many others with them. He sent also many others to them to testify, and with the lamentations to exclaim against them. Again, I saw when some of them forsook the house of their Lord and his tower, wandering on all sides and growing blind. So his people are growing blind, wandering on all sides, forsaking the ways of their Elohim. Verse 90, it says, I saw that the Lord of the sheep made a great slaughter among them in their pasture, until they cried out to him in conscience of that slaughter. So Yah himself is purging his people. It tells you, the scriptures tell you, judgment starts in the house. Yah himself is purging his house of people who are disobedient to his way and to his will and are unpleasing in his sight. In verse 90, it says, I saw that the Lord of the sheep made a great slaughter among them in their pasture until they all cried out to him in conscience of that slaughter. In consequence of that slaughter. Then he departed from the place of his habitation and left them in the power of lions, tigers, wolves, and in the power of foxes and every beast. The scripture tells you that he has turned his face against his people. And this right here tells you that he departed from his place of habitation and he left his sheep to the power of lions, tigers, wolves, and the power of foxes and every beast. And the wild beasts began to tear them. Verse 92 says, I saw too that he forsook the house of their fathers and their tower, which is the temple, giving them all into the power of lions to tear and devour them, into the power of every beast. And the scriptures tells you what? That it's like a lion. He's seeking on who he may devour.
Correct.
Okay, verse 93, check it. It says, then I began to cry out with all of my might, imploring the Lord of the sheep and showing him how the sheep were being devoured by all beasts of prey. But he looked on in silence, rejoicing that they were devoured, swallowed up and carried off, and leaving them in the power of every beast for food. He called also 70 shepherds and resigned to them the care of the sheep, that they may overlook them. So let me break it down real quick. His sheep went astray, did whatever they wanted to do, even though they made a covenant with their Elohim.
Mm-hmm.
And they went astray and started going blind and then was just acting a fool. So he let all of their prey, he let everybody that wanted to tear them up go ahead. He left them to their own devices, basically.
Correct.
Then he went further and he just turned his face against them entirely. But he left caretakers over them. So let me read verse 94 again. It says, he looked on in silence. In verse 93, it says he began that Enoch began to cry out with all his might and imploring to the Lord of the sheep, showing him that the sheep were being devoured by all the beasts of prey. But verse 94 says, but he looked on in silence, rejoicing that they were devoured, swallowed up and carried off, and leaving them in the power of every beast for food. He called also 70 shepherds and resigned to them the care of the sheep, that they might overlook them, saying to them and to their associates, every one of you henceforwards overlook my sheep, and whatsoever I command you to do, I will deliver them to you numbered. I will tell you which one of them shall be slain, and these you destroy. And he delivered the sheep to them. Then he called to another and said, understand and watch everything which the shepherd shall do to these sheep, for many more of them shall perish than I have commanded. Of every excess and slaughter which the shepherd shall commit, there shall be an account made, as how many may have perished by my command, and how many they may have destroyed of their own heads. Of all the destruction brought about by each of the shepherds, there shall be an account. And according to the number, I shall cause a recital to be made before me. How many they have destroyed of their own heads, and how many have I delivered up to destruction, that I may have this testimony against them, that I may know all their proceedings, and that, delivering the sheep to them, I may see what they will do, whether they will act as I have commanded them or not. Of this, however, they shall be ignorant, neither shall you make any explanation to them, neither shall you reprove them, but there shall be an account of all the destruction done by them in their respective seasons. Then they shall begin to kill and destroy more than it was commanded them. And they left the sheep in the power of lions, so that many of them were devoured and swallowed up by lions and tigers, and wild boars preyed upon them. That tower they burnt and withdrew the house. They grieved extremely on account of the tower, and because the house of the sheep was overthrown. Neither was I afterwards able to perceive whether they again entered into that house. The shepherds likewise and their associates delivered them to all the beasts, that they might devour them. Each of them in his season, according to his number, was delivered up. Each of them with another was described in a book. How many of them, one with another, were destroyed in a book? More, however, than was ordered, every shepherd killed and destroyed. Then I began to weep and was greatly indignant on account of the sheep. In like manner, I saw a vision of him who wrote, how he wrote down, destroyed by the shepherds every day. He ascended, remained, and exhibited each of his books to the Lord of the sheep, containing all that they had done and all which each of them had made away with, and all which they had delivered up to destruction. And he took the book up in his hands and read it and sealed it and deposited it. After this, I saw shepherds overlooking for 12 hours, and behold, 3 of the sheep departed, arrived, went in, and began building all which had fallen down of that house. But the wild boars hindered and raised up another tower, which was called a lofty tower. And again, they began to place the tower on the table, and every impure and unclean kind of bread upon it. Moreover, also all the sheep were blind and could not see, and the shepherds likewise. Thus were they delivered up to the shepherds for a great destruction, who trod them underfoot and devoured them. Yet was their Lord silent until all the sheep in the field were destroyed. The shepherds and the sheep were all mixed together, but they did not save them from the power of the beasts. Then he wrote what he saw in the book and ascended, exhibited, and read it at the residence of the Lord of the sheep. He petitioned him for them, and he prayed, pointing out every act of the shepherds and testifying before him against them all. Then taking the book, he deposited it with him and departed. I hope you understood what I just said.
OMG, I did. That reminds me a very soft scripture, you know, that little, compared to that, it's like powder, where it says that our Father is the master vinesman and he will snip away everything that's not like, you know, that's not the way that he wants it to be, or he will, that right there, I ain't got nothing to say. Wow. Yeah,
hope
we needed a
you
break on
understand.
that one.
All right, okay. I'm gonna
That's
summarize
deep.
that.
Yes.
The 70 nations in Genesis 10 are those 70 shepherds. All of the nations, he has scattered all his people into all of the nations of the earth.
Correct.
And he has granted them to do whatever you would like to. No, I take that back. He has granted them to take charge over them and to watch them for him. And some of them are unruly and unrighteous and just ain't gonna get it. They stiff-necked people. Those people he has ordered all of these nations to destroy. But the people who are in charge of destroying Yah's people that are to be destroyed, they get happy, they get bloodthirsty, they get excited over it. They think that they are, you know, above their position, and they go to the
Overboard.
extravagant. Yeah, they go way overboard. They go way overboard and kill way more than is prescribed. And he's just watching in silence. And he is indignant on the whole situation. But he has told he has told his messengers, do not tell them nothing. They are to be ignorant of what I'm doing. What I'm doing is going to be a testimony against them in the end times.
Oh, why would that happen?
Well, what do you mean?
Playing devil's advocate, somebody would say, why
Oh,
would he do that?
exactly. But listen though, like there's people within, there's a certain, okay, Yah's people. Some of us are just hard-headed, knuckleheads. We just don't get it. We refuse to come out of her. And we are going blind. And some of us are leaders and we're leading other people blind. There's nothing, and we have forsook and blasphemed the set apart spirit. So we're not getting truth. We don't care about the truth. We care about tradition more than we care about truth. We care about whether or not we're going to hurt the listener's feelings more over than speaking truth, or we're more concerned about our comfort zone than we are about adhering and to and applying this truth into our lives.
But see, this to me reminds me of the wages of sin is death, meaning if you keep going the way you know you ain't supposed to go, you're going to run up into something you ain't supposed to run into, but you did it yourself. That's what this reminds me of. The wages of sin is death.
You did this to yourself, and blatantly, you gonna die. You're gonna die because you weren't at the prescribed place at the prescribed time. You weren't at the right place at the right time in order to have death pass you over.
You sound like you died from phantasm. Now you must die. Sorry, I know you don't know that.
But there's a group of people that is prescribed for destruction. And there's and all of the nations are in charge of destroying a certain allotment of Yah's people. But like you said, they go overboard, and he's taking note. And whoever these people, it's every single nation is going to have to make an account or take account of what they have done to Yah's people. That is the measuring stick. When it's all said and done, the measuring stick is, hey, have you been obedient to the word? Have you been seeking, truth to the point that you have eluded destruction in the sense of you are no longer in the strong delusion? And have you been good to my people along the way? That's the measurement. That is the measurement.
Wow, this has been like the best 2 hours and 34 minutes that I've had in a long time. And I'm literally eating the beef burrito as we sit here and chat and talk. I'm having supper, and I hope you guys are too. I hope you guys are enjoying this, because to me, this is the word as well. So eating is good. The word is food, is what I'm trying to say. I want to thank all of you guys for tuning in with us right now. We are at the 2 hour and 35 minute mark. And I want to tell you that it's now 3 hours and 35 minutes basically that we're on this show. And we still haven't even scratched the surface. Are you guys, what are you thinking? Yes, we are, Miss Tree. Yes, we are. Miss Tree says we are approaching a Jacob's ladder level of stupidity at the top. Wow, Ronnie, I know you're not done, man. I know you cannot be. You laid the foundation. Now, where do we go from here?
Well, there's so much that we can go to, but I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, with this chunk, which is a healthy chunk of information that we can chew on and figure out how we can assess it and how we can apply it and which way that we can maneuver, spit out the bones or take in all the nutrition value of it, things like that, and then assess it. And how are we going to apply it mentally moving forward? Because we are transformed by the renewing of our minds.
Come on.
We are transformed by the renewing of our minds. So what are you going to do? How are you going to apply it mentally in order to maneuver?
We lost your sound, brother. I have a burrito in my mouth. I'm sorry. No, but in order for us to apply this stuff to what we're doing, we have to have a brand new mind. It's not a mind that we can use of the old stuff. And I think that all the parabolic teaching or the parables that, Yahweh Shah spoke while he was here and, Jesus, it pretty much tells us that you cannot take all the old stuff and put it into new wineskins. You can't take anything from the old and put it in with the new, because it has, you have to have, in order for this gear, it's got to all be new. And isn't it ironic that right now there is something that's out there that actually will take itself and wrap it around your original to bring it something new, and that they're all going to be in one mind? This is all part and parcel of the same thing. Oh, you're back. Hey. I don't know what happened.
I'm just saying. Well, you said I lost
yeah, you were gone.
Audio. So I don't know the last thing you heard, but basically what I'm saying is we're transformed by the renewing of our minds. So what are we going to do to assess this stuff mentally that will enable us to correctly move forward physically?
Mm-hmm.
That is the question. And Enoch broke down what the 70 nations are all about.
That's the heavy part right there.
That's super heavy. And he's doing it unbeknownst to the nations. He's like, let them remain ignorant.
Let them keep
to
going.
What I'm doing.
They already know what I said.
I mean, he has the power to give life. He can resurrect, kill everybody that you think that you should be killing, even though I've already told you what to do. And you're going to be held accountable for it. And I'm just going to raise my people back from the dead. It's all good.
Okay,
and
so now, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, if you keep on reading, and of course we gather this from the script, from the the canonized text as well. But if we continue reading, we see that we are going to get paid double for our troubles because of this. I can go on and on because it even tells you that everybody that has held a sword or some type of captivity, that has held his people in captivity or held a sword to them or held some type of aggression towards them, when it's all said and done, it's going to be flipped.
Oh, so that's back to the upside down of it all, back right side up, basically.
So we can, we're going to get double for our trouble, and we can give double whatever measure they gave to us. And so this is what's important, is that if we all see who we are, it is vital that we cleave to the house of Jacob. Because when you cleave to the house of Jacob, you end up doing his will and his way, and you become his people. And when you become his people, you are under his roof and under his covering in the last day. That's the only way. The strong delusion tells you, oh, you can still be, you can't be American. American is a nationality. We are the nation of Yasharal.
Mm-hmm. That's correct. That's why we have to come out of her, because we are sojourners here. This is not our home. This is not our land. This is not where we belong.
Yeah, I just hope we're gaining the meat and potatoes out of this enough to transform ourselves by the renewing of our mind.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I want to thank my brother and my sister for their time tonight. And I know we can keep going because there's so much that we've not even touched. And that's okay, because, you know, we have to break it up now and come on, and we can pre-record part 3, or we can do part 3. Whoever wants to come on can come on. But I think it's vital for us to get this truth out. And I know that, you know, everybody who follows this channel all along already knew, you know, that, hey, Visible, they already know that myself, that Visible, well, I don't know if they know Visible, but Visible, myself, Ronnie, that we're all, you know, we already know that we are Yasharal. A lot of people, oh, Hebrew this and Hebrew that, get over it. We know who we are. And we don't stand on no corner and cuss nobody out and have no arguments with anybody, but it is time for all of us to come into that level of truth so that we know exactly what it is that we're supposed to be doing, because the 88th chapter of Enoch just made it plain, just made it very plain. And the sweet part is that it lines right up with the word that we've already read, where he says, I'm the master vinesman, where he tells us, you know, that the wages of sin is death. He's sitting there saying, okay, I'm watching you. I done told you what to do. Don't take my silence for weakness. I will handle you. It's all going to start in my house first. So I'm really happy that we have had this opportunity. Ronnie, you tell me, what do you want to do? Do you want to record it privately? Do you want to record a a third session? How do you want to do it? Because I know that as a teacher, you really want people to get it, and you don't want to give anyone any abridged information. So I will lean to whatever you want to do. And then the folks that, you know, have to go home and cook, like we were just saying a few minutes ago about the other hour, you got to go cook. You got to take care of your husband, your children, or, you know, your wife or whomever or whatever, you know, you can come back. So how do you want to do it?
Yeah, we can always do a third segment, a fourth segment, a fifth segment, sixth segment. You know,
that's because you're a Levite and you are a teacher.
But I mean, there's so much information, and I mean, I guess it could be information overload, but it really is some juicy stuff. And I do lay a lot of things out, but I'm laying it out so we can when we revisit it, it's, you know, it's comfortable territory. Like we get it, you know what I mean? And I'm laying it out so we can go back and have points of reference that are sound. And I'm telling you, I'm really not laying anything out. The scriptures has laid it out very plain. I'm just uncovering it, unveiling it, and presenting it the way it, you know, should always be presented. And we definitely, as a unit, all of us listening and all of us, you know, engaging, we got to dig in to find out, because we have to sharpen each other, because we are Yah's people. And if you're not, you're not. I'm really not interested in talking to you, in all honesty. But if you are, I am so interested in seeing us grow. We need to grow, and we need to get it, because you know, it's better to enter into the kingdom whole instead of, you know, with one eye missing or
okay. Here I come. I'm coming. I'm on, but I'm here. You know what I mean? And hey, either way you can get there. You can get there by hook or crook. Get on in there. And I understand that.
But there's more. There's more. I just don't want to belabor everybody's time. I appreciate the fact that everybody, you know, who is here is hungry for this. It's so imperative, though. It's so imperative.
Well, like I said, I'm eating my supper at the same time because I just want to hear it and I don't want to let it go. But we are coming up on the 3 hour mark, and that is a very long live. If you're traveling, this is perfect to put on the car, and you may want to download it first because you might lose some connectivity, but you can definitely have it and listen to it, or keep it as a treasure for yourself or whatever. But it's definitely some good stuff to understand and to know, because it is important. Whenever you're coming to the point where you have to undo what's been done wrong, sometimes that can take a little bit of time. But I guarantee you that when it's all finished, it comes out that much better. Does that make sense? I thought
Perfect.
So. So yeah. So that's so what we can do is we can definitely close this one out. We can come back and do a if it's possible, we can make that third part one of our midnight streams that we do, because sometimes we do an 11 o'clock stream, a 10 o'clock stream, which means we'll be coming back in a couple of hours, and it will be our midnight oil. And I think that will be good. So Ronnie, if you're up to it, anybody who wants to meet us and come back with us, you're welcome to, but we're still going to do it anyway. So whether there's one person, no people, it doesn't matter, because one good thing about the replay is you get to watch it at your convenience. But yeah. So do you wanna come back, Ronnie?
Yeah, let's do it.
And hello, we are here actually with you live now. I want to thank everyone who did sit for us and stay with us. I'm going to release 2 channels, so please stay where you are. Just 1 second as I release those 2 channels. And both Ronnie and I are here live right now in the stream with you.
Lock on perspective.
Alrighty, so it is just the 3 of us now. And by the 3 of us, I mean that it is just our one main channel and then Ronnie and myself. I want to thank our mods for being with us this evening. I want to, because of course we know that this was this is the Shabbat, and we like to teach on this day. And so, because this is what we are commissioned to do. So for us, this is the work. Thank you, Deborah Johnson. Thank you so much. Be Sovereign. Hello, and how are you? Ronnie, how are you?
Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me.
Yes. Can you
Okay,
hear
I'm
me?
sorry. Yeah. I hear you just fine. I'm sorry. Hello, can you hear? Yeah. I'm
Can you hear
well.
me now?
I'm well. Thank you. That was that was a lot of information, and it was a lot to take in and absorb. But maybe dissect it and take it in chunks, and let's evaluate if it's true. What I like to do is I try to debunk everything that I hear, and I get down to its basic core, and what I can't debunk, I match it up with scripture to see if it's viable, if it holds anything of substance, and then I add it to the equation in trying to maintain this truth. So yeah, it's a lot to take in. That was a lot to take in, actually. But when like I said, when you do dissect it and break it down to its common denominator, you can try to take it in small chunks and see how we can lay it out flat and make some sense out of all of this.
I think that's a wonderful way to put it. One of our mods, Deborah Johnson, says, I'd like some dates added to this information for cross-reference. Jeff Poor, hello, how are you? And that is from Deborah Johnson.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure exactly what Miss Johnson means by
dates.
Well, not what she means, but like in reference to what exactly.
Oh, specifics. Okay.
You know what I mean? So like, if we can get that, I'd love to try to figure this thing out.
Okay, that sounds good. I'm glad that you guys were all here. These are the standard teachings that we do, and I think for the reason why I thought about this one today was because there's so much going on right now in the world that we really do need to start to hone in on some of the things that has been that's been taught to us. And I think that that's part and parcel of why we have so much confusion within the world today. You know, oh, she says, I look to prove myself wrong.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
I'm the same way. Jeff Poor says, I am a warrior of Jesus Christ, teaching the word of revelations. Well, we're glad to have you here with us this evening, and we appreciate you for, peering in and seeing what we have to talk about. What I like about this group of people, as well as the folks that visit with us on the Lockhart Perspective, is their genuine respect for information. And I love the fact that they, will dig in and will research and will study it. And then they come back and we have very powerful and very endearing conversations about truth. One thing I admire is anyone who can sit across the table or with us at the table or together side by side and really honestly agree to dig into this word and agree to whatever it comes out with the word. Because if we look at it objectively, then we can say, okay, well, there's something here that we didn't know, but we can appreciate what we see. I think the hardest part for me has been to unlearn all that I have known, and the reason why. And let's see, are you still staying on? Yes, and on which channel? This is from Steve. Yes. So I think the thing is that sometimes it just makes it a little difficult when you're really just trying to, share with folks what you know, share with folks what you've interpreted, what you've gleaned, and the way that you break it down. And I don't think we didn't show it today, but there are so many different topics that we've studied on the Lockhart Perspective that actually break it down, but you use it with the interlinear, which is, I think, is the way that maybe, Deborah, as well as Jeff and everybody else studies. We take the interlinear, we take the concordance, and we take, Strong's and a few other tools, and we break it down right here on the screen. And I think once you begin to see the direction that we go in when we're studying like that, it'll get a lot more appreciation for what it is that we are sharing. I like to listen to a lot of other people because it helps me to understand exactly how, a lot of us have gleaned that information and how we translate it. But the truth is the truth, and I think that everybody here on this channel, especially, can stand for the truth, and that's what I like. Deborah Johnson says any text reference, time, or character, life in history. Characters, life in history. Yes. So like when you hear us, for example, mention the, so Jeff Port says the Septuagint. Whenever you hear us mention, which is one of my pet peeves, the Flavians, for example, and Ronnie knows, that's one of my major, them and Constantine. And Constantine, them first and then Constantine. And they just get my goat. And I don't know why, I just let them get my goat. Hey, yes, you're in the right place. Hey, Steve. Steve Willis says, am I in the right place? Yes. So we just released the other two channels because we know that was taxing, and a lot of folks over there have already seen this, but we wanted to really set the stage to introduce what it is that we do and how we teach what we teach. And we're open to any emails or conversations, as we have done over the past year, opening ourselves up to have questions asked, and we all work together to come up with reasonable answers, if that makes any sense. Ronnie, I'm going to let you go ahead and take it from here, and I'll man the chat. If there's anything that you wanted to add biblically or any of that, that would be good. No, they are trying to change history again. I'm going to put this up. I'm just going to man the chat while you speak. If there's scriptures or something, just let me know. But I'm manning the chat.
Well, in general, all of us here obviously are, seeking truth. So we really have to. If we're seeking truth, that means that we have an understanding that we are in the midst of lies, and we might possibly be believing some of them, even currently. And we always need to gauge ourselves to determine if we are pointing true, um, or not. So, in doing so, it is a everyday assessment and a reassessment and a reevaluation because of all the information that is being poured out. And you know uh we're being ransacked by it. It's like they're shooting at us head on. um all of this disinformation, all of this misinformation, and we have to sift through the foolishness and the nonsense to find out what is what. So in doing so, we have to. It is imperative that we have to come to the conclusion that we have not arrived and we are not fully there, and we are always seeking, and we are continuing to be on a journey of seeking out this truth. And yeah, you have to reassess. You always have to reassess and realign. Always. It's like going down the road. When you're driving down the road and you look over, and you look to your left or you look to your right, you start to swerve just a hair, just a fraction. You start to swerve, and then when you look back to the road, you realign yourself again. That's always the case in life. Um, so you know, we really have to find this information. Okay, this is the thing. They put the information out there. It's just muddled with a lot of noise, and they're not going to tell you where that information is. However, it's out there, and we have to sift through and find it. And when you do, this is what we all have to do. Um, we have to. Okay, I imagine that everybody here has a foundation in, I don't know, that you profess to believe Bible or what have you. So if we profess to believe Bible, we have to match it up with what the Bible is actually saying versus what we think it's saying versus what we have heard people in pulpits tell us it's saying. And we have to use a certain amount of thought processes from ourselves, and not just listening to the words of man and taking it for face value and then regurgitating it, because in actuality now we have become a part of the problem, and now we're regurgitating the lie. And we can't have that. We can't have that, especially with the group of people that is here. We This is a smart bunch. This is a smart bunch. and
Yes. Yes.
and this bunch, you can smell some foolishness coming from a mile away. So I mean, now it's even a greater interest. Now we have to determine if we have seen and what we have deciphered as being foolishness or not foolishness. We have to find the authenticity of it.
Mm-hmm.
And in doing so, we have to realize that it's not in one place. All of this information is not in one place. They're not going to make it that easy for us. It's not. uh, Disinformation everywhere, and they've scattered the truth amongst, and they've dispersed the truth amongst all of the dis and misinformation. And it is our duty. It is our duty to maintain a due diligence in finding out what this is. And my point being is that it's all around us. It's not in one place. You have to look here, you have to look there, and you have to bring it all back to the table and sort it all out. And that's what we're trying to do. And it's a community effort. And everybody come on and let's talk about it. Everybody come on and let's all talk about it and sift through the lies to find out what this truth actually is.
Hmm. Jeff Poor says it's the grand old plan, simple, the devil trying to destroy God's creation, that's followed up with it feels like they are concerned, a little getting vicious. Hold on, let me reread that. It feels like they are cornered a little and getting vicious. What do you say to that, Ronnie? It's the grand old plan.
Well, I mean, in the past, we've seen little excerpts of them telling us something, and we just pounce on it like it's, face value, and we're just going for it like it's truth. And they're smart too, and they package it, they package a lie and they feed it to us in a nice, pretty package sometimes of
Oh, they put a
patriotism,
little bow on it, red, white, and blue bow.
of patriotism.
And I know that most of us in the chat. And here, I think that here's the thing. I was just thinking about this, and I wrote it down, and I was just saying that it's discouraging because as naturally we are trusting people, just naturally we want to trust. And I think what blindsides most is the fact that you're trusting, you're not doing anything to harm anyone, and then later on you find out that you've been lied to. And so when you finally wake up, those around you may not wake up at the same time. And then it leaves you out there on an island for a short period because, y'all so good you end up, mingling with those who think like you eventually. But for a while, you'll be on that island and you'll feel like you're all alone. And it stems in the fact that we trust it. And I think that I think for the most part, maybe that's the reason why once we do find truth, we hold on to it even more. Because once you know truth, you won't let anyone else fool you. And so for that reason, I'm happy that we're here to just talk about what we know, what we've learned, what we've gleaned. And then I'd like for everybody in the chat, we've got Steve Willis here, we've got obviously Jeff Poor, we've got Deborah Johnson, we have a lot of folks. A couple of the folks in the chat we've communicated with via email. And so that's good. So I encourage everyone to reach out. Oh, there's some other people who've just started reaching out with questions and sharing information. These are the things that I believe that is discouraged by the powers that be, because if we're connecting dots and you know what I'm saying? If everybody's bringing in their luggage and just dumping it on the table and starting to sift out, for example, the same color items, like all red tops or, all red bottoms, then at least we've got that set aside and we can keep digging until we all come together and we piece together what is and what is not real. And I think that's so pivotal right now, is that we just sort of put away everything that's not right, that's not real, and put together all the truths, and then we see the whole story. What do you think about that analogy, Ronnie?
Well, yeah, that's accurate. What they like doing is they put something very hastily. They shove it in our face and into our lives, and they are counting on us to make an emotional decision right then, right there, and some of us aren't. Some of us are using thought processes instead of going off of emotion at the time, and because we're learning from our mistakes in the past. Because when we do go off of our emotion, I'm talking about as a group of people under a certain constitution or what have you. When we do go off our emotions, we find that we whittle away at our very freedom, at the fabrics of our freedoms when we do certain things. So off of emotion and on the fly, and then when we look back at it, we're like, oh my goodness, we just gave that up. We didn't even realize we gave that up, and now we're in we're in a completely different place, and that's the place that they were counting on being. When we come into this era, this time frame that we're in now, and we know what we're dealing with as the people, the populace at large, all 7 billion of us, what we're dealing with, currently, we aren't going in droves the way that they were necessarily had wanted us or anticipated us to do. And so, yeah, I can imagine that they do feel cornered, and now they have to, put the hammer down and make certain things mandatory, or attempt to make certain things mandatory. And in some places, certain things are mandatory, and, things of the sort. So, yeah, I could see them putting the pressure on or what have you, but it is our due diligence to sift out what is foolishness, and we have to maintain a level head as we're going through this, knowing that we stand on something far greater than what is in front of our face at the moment.
Oh, that's a good word. I know earlier today, I think it may have been the second hour, Deborah Johnson was talking about, either it was Deborah or I think it was somebody was mentioning, and correct me, Deborah, if you're still here and I'm wrong. They mentioned about, the false gods, and then it was false, something else that started with an F. And I think that's exactly what we're looking at right now. I think that the issue is that we've put our trust in those, false gods. And when I say false gods, I mean those in leadership over us, those who have been, who are here over us. But because we're sojourners and this is not our home, we have sort of slid into that comfort zone of the ones that we've, felt like was, giving us our rights. Our rights were given to us by the Most High. He created us and we're free because of him. And so I think sometimes when we begin to think, teams, because, I'm in Alabama, so we love our base, we love our college football here. So we love all of our teams. But once we start to divide ourselves in teams, there I think is the problem. I think that's the problem. Once we go, okay, this team is my team, and no matter how bad they are, no matter how evil they might come out to be, I'm just gonna stand, with that team. And then even when we see them start to do things wrong, sometimes inherently, we've seemed to follow just as a culture. But to the point that she was making earlier about false gods or whatnot, we do seem to feel like that's the only outlet we have is to trust the overseers over us. And I'm not saying that that's any truth to that. I'm just saying that the direction that it appears that we have gone is the direction that shows that we're just going to wait and see what they decide, and then we'll go with that. And once they do X, Y, or Z, we'll either hail them a hero for a moment or we'll complain about it, when if we just separated ourselves from even that system and trusting that system to do what's quote unquote right and only lean on Yah, I think it would help us really fare through to our future or to whatever it is. He'll keep us safe and he'll take care of us, but we really have to separate ourselves from what we've adopted as our false god.
Well, this is the thing. We've lost sight of the goal. If we profess to be believers, then there is something that trumps all of this. I guess you could say, no pun intended, in some aspects. but
yeah, I can see that.
Okay. All right. So yeah, pardon that. But something that supersedes all of this is what we profess to stand firm upon. So, in a lot of ways, I'll say in a large portion of most ways, we've lost sight of the goal, and we have immersed ourselves into a certain bipartisanship or what have you, or a certain paradigm that is not the main focus at all. And once you start to immerse yourself and breathe life into it, that is exactly what you're doing. You're breathing life into something that really could be of minimal consequence, but we collectively have created this immense thing that could have been, minute. We could have just plucked it off like a little flea, but instead now it's something super major that is impressed upon us. And the flip side to that is, if we would remain and stay the course, everything else would be irrelevant. And because they would understand it, they would see, oh, nothing's penetrating these people. These people are so focused on the goal, and they wouldn't be able to have any footing, any grounds, any legs to stand upon.
I like that, the way you put that. And you know what I think? I think one of the big parts that sort of caused a lot of confusion and dissension, I'd say, let's just take, maybe the last 30 years as an example, is the fact that we have forgotten that we are to judge circumstances and situations. And to that point, we have judged circumstances and situations on a daily basis in our everyday life. In our everyday life, we judge and outweigh and we balance out what works and what doesn't work in one way or another. But somewhere along the line, we were taught that judging was bad. And so I think once they were able to pull the idea of quote unquote judging away from everyone, is when they were able to start to instill other things inside of. So if you remove the judging, the ability to decide what's right or wrong, if you remove that, then that was replaced with something else. And once it was replaced, it caused major, just a major bit of confusion for everybody, because that bird's eye view was gone. We did not look or judge anymore. And now we're finding ourselves accepting a lot of stuff.
And
Do
it's
you
the
think
side
that's,
shift.
yeah, I was about to ask you, what do you think about that?
It's the side shift and the sidestep, and we've lost our way actually as a people, and we really have gotten into a fix. And I mean, just to be completely transparent, this is of our own doing, because I would like to say that we've made a lot of emotional decisions along the way, instead of, once again, staying that course and remaining resilient and remaining focused on the objective at hand. And I'm stating this once again as us professing to be believers in a certain mindset and a certain um, you know, belief system. So, yeah, there's a lot of side steps, and we have to remember this is a narrow road, because at the end of the day, we're all seeking truth. So, truth winds down to a very narrow road, and there's a lot of walks of life that are trying to seek it out. So it starts off broad, but as we progress, it gets more narrow, more narrow, more narrow. And a lot of the things that we once held as imperative, or that we once held as important, we start to release and let go along the way, and we realize, oh, these things are of no consequence in the grand scheme of things. And this is my hopes, everybody's goal, that we can start to shed a lot of the stuff that we hold dear, that we hold on to so strongly and staunchly, and begin to understand that there is one door, and everybody's trying to make way for that door. And anybody else that comes in through any other way is a thief and a robber.
And I think that's part of where the confusion has come in, because there is only one door. And I remember when I was young, we were taught what the one door was. We were taught one way, and that was a good way. But I believe what's happened going through time is that there becomes that sectism. This group believes one way, that group believes another way, this group believes another way. And if we were to drop those group doors or walls, and all, just like we said earlier, putting back with the analogy of the suitcase, everybody come together and just dump them and pull stuff apart. That if we, and I think that's where we're headed right now. I think we're all headed now into the place of, okay, you guys, we're all down here and we can see what's going on. Something's telling me that the answer is with us all together. And then, once we put it all together, and once we shake it all up and put it all together and get everything in order, then we can cohesively move together as a unit. Do you think that that particular mindset of working cohesively as a unit is what has been under attack all along?
Yes, part and partial. Well, to a large extent, yes. The underlying issues is really, I think the crux of the situation, because what is our common denominator? Okay, yeah, we all supposed to unite, and we all have to unite, but we all have a different understanding, or level of understanding, or different mindset, or different perspective of what is first and foremost important. So what are we leaning on collectively? And you I mean, are we still scatterbrained? Are we completely laser sharp focused on the goal collectively, or um, is it in our mind? Yeah, we're all collective, but we're still scatterbrained, and we're still, and because if you're not pinpoint accurate with the objective, then you're gonna, I don't know, you could possibly get mixed results, or it couldn't been at it could it might not be as finite as it could have been, things of that nature. So I guess we need to hone in on what the well, I think it's plain that we all understand what the issues are, but how to cohesively, effectively attack it head on as a unit, I think is where we need to, hone in our focus.
Yeah, I could see that. And let me ask you one other question. So, when you mentioned scatterbrain, because what my mind thought about was people, like, say, for example, now we're all becoming cohesive, we're all getting together. I think that, would you say that even though we have that scatterbrain person or that scatterbrain in the group, we don't throw that person out because the goal that we're all together to get to the truth should let us know that there's going to be differences of
No.
opinions because we all come from different backgrounds and we bring our own baggage together. Do you feel like having that understanding that we all have different backgrounds and that we all have different things, that once we decide to just move together and not throw each other away, but to respect each person for what they bring to the table, that will help us get to a better place? I don't know if I'd scattered out that. I mean, I could be scatterbrained, which I am. But am I making sense?
Yeah, but he who is for you is not against you. Like we might be on different levels of understanding, but if we all profess to at least want to and have the desire to accomplish the same goal, then we're on the same team.
Okay,
And
okay,
and
okay.
we
That's
need
what
to
I
bump
meant.
fists, and we need to uh, rub elbows, and we need to come together, and we need to make this thing happen. But I, I I know that this. See, we're on a platform where, okay, I'm coming from a scripturally very very scriptural foundation. That's my foundation. That's my angle. That's where I am always. That's the angle from where I'm coming at all times. I know that this platform isn't necessarily, this is a slightly, different platform than platforms that I'm used to coming on and speaking. However, it is all the same when you boil it down to the lowest common denominator. It is all the same objective, and we all are striving for unity and peace. And when you really look at it from a scriptural standpoint, that equals the kingdom. Hence we are all striving for the kingdom
Mm,
of heaven. And the kingdom of heaven is near. So we have to retune, recalibrate the focus.
hmm,
We are so focused on trying to fix what is broken in our individual nations when
mm,
the scripture is saying that we are supposed to come out of these nations and create his nation. We are his nation, the people. We say that we are the body of Messiah. The ecclesia is the body of Messiah. If we are the
correct.
body of Messiah, then and we are the hands and feet of him, then we have to do his work and his bidding. And he was not focused on man whatsoever. He was not interested in what man had to say when they asked him, "Hey, where you at? Where you been?" "I am about my father's business. I'm in the temple. Where else would I be?"
Mm-hmm.
And if we're his body, we need that same mindset. Where else am I supposed to be? Not at the hall, with the dome on top of it, protesting this, that, and the other, because this place is if we profess to believe the scriptures that we read, we understand that this place is prophesied to go away.
Mm.
And so we're propping something up that inevitably is going to cease to exist, and the kingdom is going to take every place, all places. Every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess. All nations will be his nation. And that nation is Yasharal. That nation is the house of Jacob. When we were looking at that replay, we were looking at Isaiah 14. It said that we are all supposed to cleave to the house of Jacob. So that's what we're supposed to do, because that's the nation. And meanwhile, we're putting our energy into a nation that really we're sojourners in.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody with whatever nationality that we that we have ties to, or we profess to be. If you were born in another nation, then that would be your culture. That would be your mindset. You'd have different inflections. You'd have different thought processes. You'd have different, um, lines of things that you hold of importance. Things that are pertinent to you would be slightly, different. There's a whole lot of things, but since we are born in a specific nation, then we are, gung ho about that specific thing. But it really, really, really is the bait and switch. Like this is not our home. We are not of this world. We are not of this world.
I'm chuckling because I like what you're saying. And then I also, um, they're afraid of unification of all of us, right? I mean, just imagine that some people are from, Great Britain, some people are from Africa, some people are Irish, some people are Scottish, some people are, Indian. But if we all came together and acknowledged him, that unification, do you think somebody's afraid of that? Because we're all Yah's creation, but do you think that there is concern that we just stop and just become unified? Do you think that there's a concern someplace?
Oh, there clearly is a concern someplace. That's why, they do the whole divide and conquer, and that conquest has been a staple all throughout history. That's man's role, seemingly, to keep on going through and conquer, and conquest. The fact of the matter is that once we do unite, it'll be virtually impossible. It'll be virtually impossible to conquest something that is firmly, steadfastly united. Like you won't be able to penetrate that. And when that, and I'm saying when that happens, you'll be rendered null and void. You will be rendered irrelevant. And they're striving to keep life. They're striving to stay breathing.
Can I ask you a question? I know that as you've taught the Bible for us sometime, but what I want to ask you is, can you tie just my last comment and what you just got through saying, because it took my mind to the Tower of Babel. Would you mind just breaking that down, and how, if there is any juxt to our current situation right now? The scattering was a purpose, but now wouldn't you say that the opposite is a necessity, the bringing us together? Not that that is us, but I'm just saying, how would you even, our divisiveness that we have, for example, in this nation, has caused a great bit of confusion, but it wasn't by accident. Whether you are a white collar person or a blue collar person, there's a division that has been put there. Whether you are somebody who, like my dad was an engineer, or, my uncle who was the trash man, somebody put delineation between them. At the Tower of Babel, they were all, scattered because of obviously their unification to do a certain thing. But can you talk to us about that? And can you tie that to what we're dealing with right now today in any way?
I'm still not completely understanding, like, exactly what aspect you want to you want me to speak on, but in general, the that tower in Babylon, yes, we all got scattered, quote unquote, scattered from that, But in actuality, it was a mandate prior to that that we were supposed to spread throughout the world, that we were supposed to
Okay.
spread throughout the earth. So that
Okay.
was the initial game plan, was for us to spread throughout the earth. But instead, what we did is we entered into cities. We came into cities. We listened to man. Hey, come over here. We're
Okay.
great. We're powerful. We're
See,
awesome.
I didn't know that. Yeah, talk to us about that.
Yeah. So prior to, we were all instructed to go out, and we know that Yahweh Shah, what he does is uh, he says the same thing. He echoes the same rhetoric when he tells us to go into all nations, preaching and teaching and baptizing. So that was the game plan entirely. So when you look at it, or initially that was the game plan. When you look at it metaphorically, we are the salt of the earth. We're the thing that is preserving this whole entire place. So we have to, we're the pinch of salt. So we have to be everywhere. So this place doesn't. So this place stays preserved, and that's really, the meat and potatoes of the matter. He says to Abraham, he said, your seed, like, you're going to bless all nations, all nations.
Hmm.
So in order to bless all nations, we have to be everywhere. But instead, we bucked on the mandate to go, and we went into the cities. And we went into the city, that great ancient city of Babylon, or what have you. That's the golden head of the statue, of the beast statue. That's the golden head. That is the best thing popping, as far as historical, as what mankind has to offer. You can't get any better than that civilization, as far as mankind has to offer. um, and we know that through the symbolism of the golden head, that it's the top, it's the head, and it's gold. It was pure gold. So that civilization was it was profound beyond words. And we went into that, and we built that city. Mankind, we unified and built that city. We did it at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Is now that time?
I think that we are approaching that time. I think that time is at the door. Yes. I think that time is at the door.
So for the gentleman or the young lady who really doesn't know what to do right now, because we know that we're in a specific time period where everybody has questions about how to take care of themselves right now. I've had a lot of people say, well, what do I do? Do I join with a neighbor? Do I join with this? How do I handle this? Is there anything biblical that talks about that joining together of all of us in a quote unquote, safety net or something like that? I mean,
Yeah.
am I making myself clear?
Yeah, that's the misnomer of what we call church. That's the ecclesia. That is the kahal in the ancient Hebrew tongue. It's called the kahal, and in the English, that is the assembly. That's the congregation of his people. That's the people that come together. And when we read it in the quote unquote New Testament, when we read this concept, it's called the Ecclesia. So this is a Greek concept, because we really have to understand that our westernized culture actually comes from the Greco-Roman world, and all of the polity that is um, currently comes from the fundamentals of their society. So it's a Greek concept. It's called the ecclesia. We call it the ecclesia or what have you in the English. This is the assembling, and this group of people is what we were commanded to be. Like, we're supposed to meet up in small little pockets called the ecclesia. And like I said, in modern day English, we call it the church, but that's a misnomer. Actually, it literally is the assembling of his people. And these are small pockets of autonomous, sovereign people. We're a unit, and there's nobody above us. There's nobody, that uh, the Most High, our Creator, is our head. There's Big Brother that we don't have. Big Brother isn't your head. There is no. We are self-operating, and we abide by the laws of what the what we understand the Bible to teaches us. That is what we abide by, and that is our governance. And we do it in and out of love. First and foremost, we love our neighbor as we love ourselves. And when you do that, it's actually, harmony. We're living in harmony once we do that. So, in saying all of that, yes, we have to assemble, but we have to assemble with certain principles, understanding that nobody is above. Like we are sovereign in and of ourselves, and our authority comes from the Most High, nowhere else. So you don't have to write any types of legislation on our behalf. Like our legislation is a given, it's a universal, it's fact, it's law. It is, it just is. And you don't need to tell us and give us and decree to us what is ours and what isn't ours. We are sovereign, we're autonomous. And that is, like I said, the ecclesia of the New Testament. And that is what we are actually supposed to be gathered as a people. And when you read scripture, that group, that entity, that people group, that gathering, that's who he's the quote unquote second coming or what have you. That entity, that group of people is who he's coming for, nobody else. And okay, side note, that is the group of people that cling to the house of Jacob in Isaiah 14. That is the autonomous group that we should be maintaining. And there are fundamentals and doctrines, sound doctrines, that we should be professing and delivering, acting out as a witness unto all the nations. And that is what's going to get us through. And once we realize that, without all of the noise of the traditions of man, then we'll be better off and we will be secure in peace.
I think that's an awesome thing. I know that I have been encouraging people right now, and I'm sure everybody in the chat has probably been of the same mind, that well, let me just ask this. Let me say this before I say that. Just recently you did a teaching on the difference between the word church and the word ecclesia. You pointed out that I think it was 144 times that ecclesia, or 124 that ecclesia was mentioned, I believe, in the New Testament alone. And I think you mentioned that there was what we counted, that there was only 2 mentions of the word church. Can you talk about that or touch that just a little bit for me right now, for us right now?
Yeah, ecclesia is mentioned 114 times in the canonized New Testament. 114 times that word ecclesia is used. You can see it. Oh man, don't quote me. I want to say 1 Corinthians 11:20. 1 Corinthians 11:20. You can see that. You can see that aspect of what I'm speaking. That is a very, very good illustration and example of the angle from which I'm speaking. So the word there is ecclesia, which means assembly. The word church is a different word. That word is kyriakon in the Greek. The word church comes from the Slavic, or the old German, even the Norse word and it comes from the word kirk. And that word comes from the Greek word kyriakon. That word is not etymologically equivalent with the word ecclesia. The word ecclesia is 114 times in the canonized New Testament. And what that word illustrates and conveys is a people that gather and assemble together. The word kyriakon means the Lord's. It's a basic generic term that means the Lord's, where ecclesia actually conveys an assembling, a grouping, a gathering congregation, and the congregants thereof.
So I have First Corinthians 11 up on the screen. What verse would I look at?
I don't know. I was throwing it out there. I think verse 20. I would like to say verse 20. That's a good illustration of the point that I'm making. Yeah, it says, "When ye come together, therefore, into one place, this is not to eat the Lord's Supper, for in eating everyone take verse 20 to 22. Verse 20 to 22 conveys the point that I'm making very effectively, actually. It says, when you come together, therefore, into one place, 1 Corinthians 11, 20 through 22. This is not to eat the Lord's Supper, for in eating, everyone takes before other his own supper, and one is hungry and another is drunken. What? Have you not houses to eat and to drink in, or despise ye the church of God, and shame them that have not? But shall I say unto you, shall I praise you in this? I praise you not. Okay, so really what I'm honing in on, the words here, is the phrase the Lord's Supper in verse 20, and then in verse 22, the church of God. Where it says church there, that word in the English is church, but that word in the Greek is ecclesia, which means assembly. In verse 20, that word there for Lord's Supper, that word there is in the English is Lord's, but in the Greek it's kyriakon, which is in English the word church. So it's completely backwards. It's completely flipped. Every time you see the word church in the New Testament, that word is actually ecclesia. The word church right here is translated to lords in verse 20. So in actuality, if you used it, if you used it in context, verse 20 would sound like this: when you come together, therefore, into one place, this is not to eat the church supper. That's what it'll really say. And then verse 22, it'll say, what? Have you not houses to eat or to drink in, or despise ye the assembly of God? That's what or the assembly of Elohim is what it'll actually say. So
if I click on to interlinear, would that help as well for illustration purposes?
Yeah, well, if you click on verse 20, where it says Lord's Supper, that word is kyriakon.
Okay, I'm off the mic, so go ahead and take it, and I'll go ahead and move over.
This is actually a revisit to something that we spoke on the Lockhart Perspective channel the other day, actually. But just honing in on it, this word in the Greek, which is in the English translated to the word lords, is actually kyriakon. And so keep on scrolling down, and you'll get an understanding. Keep on scrolling, keep on scrolling, keep on scrolling, keep on scrolling, keep on. Okay, so it tells you that this word, well, even scroll down some more. This word is belonging to the Lord, but it doesn't necessarily it. So what they do is they translate it to the word Lord. They translate it to the word Lord, but this is the word where we get the word church. But you notice when you see that word church, the word kyriakon is where the English gets the word church. If you do an etymology search on the word kyriakon, you're going to come, or if you do an etymological search on the word church, you're going to come up with the word kyriakon. And if you do etymological search on the word kyriakon, you're going to come up with the word church.
Yeah,
so
we did that last week.
So they translate it to the word Lord because it wouldn't make any sense to, this is the church supper, this is the Lord's supper. Whereas in verse 22, when you look up the word church there, that word is not kyriakon, that word there is ecclesia. So it might sound, very
No, it
minute,
sounds
but
fine. Yeah.
this is profound. Understanding this is actually being case specific and understanding, how to divide these words. It says that we're supposed to study to show ourselves approved unto our Elohim, rightly dividing the word of truth. As to be not ashamed, to be workmen that are not ashamed. So we have to figure this stuff out. We have to figure
Yeah.
this stuff out and get to the bottom of it. So if you can go and do an etymological search on the word kyriakon, it's going to say church. Um, but every time you see the word kyriakon in scripture, it doesn't translate to the word church. The word ecclesia always translates to the word church. So we are
So
the ecclesia. We are
and
the
so
ecclesia.
I don't mean to cut you off. I was going to ask. So when we think ecclesia right now in this day and age, we're thinking of assembly of people who are like-minded, who are worshiping and who are serving Yah, wanting to please Him and have Him as our covering, as our substance, as our provider, as our safety, as our security, as everything, as all. That's how I see it. Is that a fair interpretation of
Yes,
having an assembly of people together in these last days?
yes, and huge portion of that is people of like mind, of light heart. People who are of the same mind and of the same heart, have the same motivation and the same goal as you do, and you're collectively operating as a unit.
Because, for me, just recently, what I have thought that I wanted to do is I wanted to, I've even been saying I don't mind moving to find people who think like me in these days. I don't mind, picking up and just going to where, maybe there's two or three people that I know that think the same, that are truly and honestly attempting to serve Yah. One person can bake bread well, another person can, cooks well, or does this or that, with maybe somebody does herbs and vegetable gardens well, and then maybe somebody, what I'm saying, to literally build a true and honest community of people. Would you say that that's a biblical mindset, to have that mindset of just that small community trusting and leaning on each other for safety? I mean, isn't that how it was in biblical days or times? Do you think we're going back to that, is my question?
um it depends on what voice you're listening to, if we're going to go back to that or not, because the powers that be want us to go in droves into the cities, and we're supposed to you know be hunkered in hunkered down on top of each other in the cities, and be
Yeah.
overpopulated in these mass populations or what have you. And that's what the ultimate goal of the situation at hand is leaning towards.
Mm-hmm.
However, um absolutely, that is what we are supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be clinging to one another, um those of course like-minded, and we're supposed to be self-governance.
Mm-hmm. And governed by the word. To me, what I just thought about is that the Ten Commandments would be a great way to have a community. You know what I mean? Like that big
Well, okay,
placard.
okay. Side
you
note,
know?
the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments is a good way to have a community. Um, Very profound, because there's another Ten Commandments, and that the rest of the community abide by, and that's engraved in the Georgia Guidestones. Those are the Ten Commandments of
That's
the
their Ten
that's
Commandments.
the Ten Commandments at large. That's
Yeah,
the
for
Ten
them. Yeah.
Commandments, of how they want to run this what circus show or what have you. without
But if
putting too
we were
much.
just doing it the way that Yah would want us to, then we would keep his commandments. We would
Absolutely,
keep his feasts. Yeah.
I'm just telling you two separate, two separate paradigms
Oh,
going
yeah, yeah,
on at
yeah,
the same
yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah.
Like they have one, but meanwhile we have one as well, and they have the copycat version. It's interesting that there's 10 of them, and then we have the one that was etched in stone a long time ago, that has not been null and void, that has not been done away with, and that we are to abide by and adhere to, throughout all generations.
Wow, that's good. Well, you know what? I appreciate you for coming over, with me today on on the channel, and for all the channels that we had on with us. We had actually all three channels at the same time. Just really wanted to basically introduce ourselves as a whole. We have our mod, we have you, we got, looks like Anthony Van Zandt is in the house, Steve Willis, and Simple Johnny. We have a lot of people that are over here right now. Not a lot, but enough, just so that everybody would get an idea of exactly who we are and who you are, and what we are going to start bringing to the table, so that collectively we can do things the way that the Father wants us to do them. I truly think that that's the blessing, of it all, is for us all to just, be one in Him, especially when we all have Him as our mindset, not bringing all the divisiveness that we can, I like red shoes, another girl likes purple shoes or orange shoes or whatever, but just bringing that to the table of, hey, this is the way that we can all make it and be successful. Simple Johnny says 10 commandments are simply codes of morality. And I so appreciate you for saying that, because that is the truth. That's really all we need, to me. I mean, if you live by that creed, then you shouldn't have a problem. If you decide to live outside of that is when the issues come in. Before we close, Ronnie, I was doing some research early while just really resting and reading, and I was thinking about how in the well, I was talking to a friend earlier, and we were talking about the pre-Adamite times, and we were talking about a lot of other stuff, and I was doing a little research on Atlantis and a few other things. The green-eyed monster, or greed, or envy, or jealousy, once those things set in, that's when you have divisiveness, even in what was once a moral environment. Wouldn't you say? Yeah? And I think that's where we are right now, is that there's the struggle power and the fear of being overtaken. And it's amazing how science even then was a thing, or was a problem. Not a problem, but it was one of the dividing factors. And then now it's back to science. Is it fair to assess that these are the same exact entities that were then? I know it's a bit off of what we were talking about, but doesn't it look a lot like that to you?
The the players might have changed, and or might have appeared to have altered and shifted or what have you. The theme of it all, it is the same story throughout the history of mankind. There is a war going on in the heavenlies, and we are either going to be the casualties of it, or we are going to champion the whole entirety of it and overcome and become kings and priests of a righteous sovereign nation.
Hallelujah. That's enough to end on right there. I want to thank you for being here, Ronnie. Thank you. Thank your wife. I appreciate you guys for always coming over and sharing such good information. And I just appreciate you. And I appreciate everybody who has hung out with us for the past, 4 hours, 46 minutes, and 54 seconds. And my grandson in the background. But the reason why I'm saying I thank you is because this is so needed, where we all can really get together, sit here and talk about stuff that's not, cattywampus, and just all, the confusion and all that stuff. Because it's like, once we get to this point, all we're doing is getting below the noise level and we're putting ourselves in a place to hear his voice. And even if it's just 12 or 13 or 14 of us, I feel that's a groundbreaking number when we're all in one accord and all doing his will. And it doesn't matter, who else is around us. If we just keep moving forward and what he wants us to do, therein lies that is a success, and therein lies peace, and therein lies safety, and therein lies all the stuff that I think we just as people want to see. I thank you for coming in and sharing with me. And will you be able to come back with us the next time we're here? And if so, I'd love for you to come back and just, do what you do on the Lockhart Perspective and just give us a nice teaching. I'll be way in the background because I really want you to just get straight through and power through it. And can we rely on you to come back over here on this side?
It's always a pleasure to be, where I am. It's just to hang out with you. We're coming and we're going to talk about some good stuff. We're going to talk about some good stuff.
Okay, good. So you guys heard it here. He's going to come back and hang out with us, and we're going to get some really good topics going. If there's any topic that you'd like to see addressed or any questions that you have that are bona fide questions, please, don't hesitate to drop a line. You can leave that. You can send that message to Felicia, Felicia, at FeliciaLockhart.com. We take questions all the time. We answer them. If they are of a personal nature and you ask us to reach directly out to you, if it's within our time constraints, we'll definitely do it. And if it's just something that you want to ask so that we can dig down in it and Ronnie can, bring up the research and share it with everybody, we can do that too. I think it's certainly the time for us to do that. And I love the blend that we have here and that we've had for the past couple of years doing this on the YouTube platform. It's a beautiful blend of different people. It's, I believe, Yah's tapestry of people. And that's what I think is so beautiful about it. We've got the Amy's, Amy Duran's, we've got the Anthony's, we've got the Rachel Van Ziels, we've got the Deborah Johnsons, we've got all these beautiful, wonderful people that are truly and honestly a tapestry of just this beautiful tapestry of people that are so different, but yet we all have that one thing in common, and that is that we seek after our Father with our whole heart, and we truly do love him, and we love his creation. We love one another. We really do. So thank you, Ronnie. Thank you guys all in the chat for being here. And I want you guys to remember what we always say, and that is that man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of the Most High Yah. You guys take care of yourselves and take care of one another until we see each other again. Please continue to be blessed. To receive instant notification each time I upload, please hit the subscribe button and the bell notification.
Helping you along the way, helping you to make it through another day.